All right, this is my first time trying to do a NFL draft stream, and welcome you guys if you're just joining in now. Trying to keep up with the live portion of the draft, and I recognize that at least initially, my timer there, my countdown is probably going to be a little bit off. Certainly from a Ravens perspective, I think it's been a great start to this draft to get Travis Hunter out of the AFC North. If you guys hear my mouse clicking during this, my apologies for that. I welcome your thoughts. And first of all, I think Abdul Carter, is a great player to have just gone to the Giants. I'm trying to track the draft on one screen and this live stream on another. I am super elated, kettle a pot, that the Ravens don't have to deal with Travis Hunter twice a year, number one. And number two, that Abdul Carter ends up in New York. And now maybe there's a chance that Kayvon Thibodeau, a player that I had identified leading up to the draft, that possibly could be available if they have too many edge defenders there. But in any case, I wanted to at least preface what I was trying to do here for the draft. And as best I can, keep up with the pace of the selections and have a countdown timer for each one that tries to simulate the timing. So if you guys notice at any time that I'm behind, my estimation is that I'll be about 3 to 5 seconds behind. Please let me know. And then, I could theoretically speed up or slow down my timer like you just see there. But I recognize, at least according to my stream, the Patriots timer has not started. I will be having some guests on, hopefully one at a time. Kipper the dog, thanks for joining in. I will be having some guests on one at a time. My intention is to flow guests through about every 20 to 30 minutes. Let people who are interested express some of their thoughts or their hopes for where the Ravens and then where the Lions go, the latter portion of this draft. The cool thing is it's a double-edged sword, actually. The Ravens and Lions draft, right next to each other. Oh, is that William? Hey, William, how you doing, man? New YouTube login. The Ravens and Lions being so late is kind of a double-edged sword. Number one, there will be talent there. There'll be significant talent there, if you ask me. But also, it means we got to wait a long time to get there. And so, in the best interest of the Helen Bach, thank you, appreciate that. I'm using StreamYard, so I don't know exactly how the comment section will work. I'm trying to track it on 2 different computers. So if I'm not tracking some of your comments, my apologies for that. Looks like I'm in line. It's my first time using StreamYard, and so many other people use it and use it effectively and smoothly. I was a little disappointed in myself earlier this week. We tested it twice and didn't have too much difficulty at first, and so I thought it would be easy, and I found out it is not. So shout out, first of all, and credit to the people who do live stream consistently, because the coordination / setup for me was an uphill climb for a little bit. And I do want to credit multiple people for helping me test it this week and get it going on. So Joseph, thank you for that, man. I appreciate it. It is going to be a long night, Joseph. And last year I went on Ken's show from Film Study Ravens. And that was a long night. I was actually sick the next day because I had to talk so much. So my hope here is to bring on about 5 or maybe 6 guests, and a couple of them I'm going to bring back a second time to preserve my voice for tomorrow for my regular job, and for also round 2 tomorrow night. So in any case, this is my first attempt to try to stream, and I recognize that we'll have fans of definitely the Ravens and the Lions in here at the same time, perhaps Seahawks fans as well. I welcome all of them, and the only thing that I do ask, if you're going to listen now and in the future for the entirety of the draft or even a portion, is to try to be respectful of the fact that there'll be other teams fans in here. Now it looks like the according to this, the pick is in for the Patriots already. So my guess is I'm going to be way off with my timer here, unless or until I get a guest in that's able to help me try to stay on track with it. I'll be trying to get my first guest in here in a moment. It'll be a Lions fan named Jake. Walter, yes, I was not sure if anyone would mention it, but you're more than welcome to make a big deal out of it if you want. for me and my money, from a Ravens perspective, this is a win already to not have to deal with Travis Hunter. Based on the coaches and people who I talk to that I respect, the game, Travis Hunter should have been the first pick. I get it. The Titans want a quarterback. For me, and the way I look at the game and the people whose opinions I respect, like I said, I think he's a Hall of Fame talent, and I couldn't have passed up on him if I was the Titans or the Browns for that matter at 2. The Browns probably have their plan of what they're going to do here from a quarterback perspective, it seems like, at least this time. Carl, what's up, man? I'm going to have one guy in here first, a Lions fan, and then I'll probably get you in second, if that's okay. Glad you got away from your work for a little bit. Again, to mention, I'll try to reiterate it multiple times. I expect my countdown timer to be off. If you are aware that the pick is already in, let me know, because the stream that I'm watching, might be delayed, number one, and then my ability to keep up from a production standpoint might further delay that countdown. So I recognize that my countdown timer might be obsolete already. If you're not aware, I had tried to complete a lot of draft coverage, and I'll make the link available in this. Give me 1 second. Hey, Jake, how you doing, man?
Good.
I'm just happy that number one, people want to join in on the stream, and number two, that the audio is clean. So thank you for coming in.
Are we getting all that echo?
Oh no, I didn't get echo. My apologies.
It's gone now.
Okay. Yeah, man. Thank you for entering, first of all.
Well, I'm glad to be here. It's nice to meet you face to face, as it were.
Yeah, man. Absolutely. We've certainly exchanged enough conversation or topic discussions, in the Lions Discord. So I have a couple of questions for each guest, and I certainly don't want to catch you off guard. But one of my questions a little bit later will be just the perspective of Lions fans. As a Ravens fan, like, we're spoiled. We're spoiled. We're always picking late. And from a Lions standpoint, like, how do you balance the expectation levels that were there, and then picking later in the draft for a draft that, initially people talked about, it's a weak draft. What kind of talent are you going to be able to get late in round one? I disagree with that up front. But how do you balance the expectations now to see your team drafting so late in the draft pretty much every year?
Well, first of all, Lions fans will all tell you, trust in Brad, because he's done an impeccable job so far, pretty much. He was voted, I think, the number one executive, rightly so. If I'm hesitant, it's because I have a bunch of echo that only I can hear, so I'm picking out the words. So anyway,
I'll be brief then with what I say, so it doesn't echo too much. Okay, I'm sorry for that. If it's for the setting, if multiple guests have that issue, then it's obviously something in my setup.
So I've had this happen before in presentation scenarios, and you can learn to sort of tune it out. But so first of all, we believe that, whatever, generally, I think, he's had so much success picking late round picks and having them be immediate contributors. Your Amon-Ra St. Brown, and other players like that. So that's been that's sort of proof that positive that he can find somebody in wherever we're picking. So pick 28 should be pretty easy for him. So there's that. If you look at his draft record, even later round picks are both sort of fun and productive all the way down the line. So I think that the hardcore Lions fans who are aware of the draft are not don't have a lot of trepidation about that.
Yeah, I think the thing that struck me was the abrupt ending from last year.
Yeah.
I had high expectations, clearly, for the Lions. And and for the Ravens both.
Yeah.
You know,
No, me
so
too.
for it to end the way that did, was destructive in a lot of ways. It looks like my screen is frozen, so hopefully there's no issues on your end. But in terms of the draft, like I think I agree with you. Both Eric DaCosta from the Ravens and Brad Holmes from the Lions. There's a track record of finding talent. Number one, number two. I think that where they are in the draft fits with the need with the depth of this draft, with the construction of the players. I guess you will. Can you still hear me? Okay.
Yep.
And so I agree with you from a Lions standpoint, like what they need most, defensive end, outside linebacker, or whatever you want to call it. There's going to be a good player there, someone who we recognize has some ability to start on day one and have an impact against the run, against the pass. Maybe there's not a 12, 14 sack guy there from day one, but Aiden Hutchinson, through 6-7 games of his rookie season, he had a 3-sack game against Washington. And he had some games that weren't, huge from an impact standpoint. So whoever they draft, the expectations will be high. But from a realistic standpoint, I think that they'll get a day one starter there for sure if they stay in that spot. You think they'll trade? You think they'll trade up or trade back?
I think it's almost impossible to predict. On one hand, they could trade. They only have so many slots open. There are only so many of these draft picks that are going to be able to make the team. And I think that's just the facts of life when you're in this position of having a really complete roster. On the other hand, they do need to get a lot more cheap rookies in the house in order to be able to afford all the high salary contracts that they're going to be incurring and have already incurred.
Yeah.
So trading back is appealing from that perspective. There's even more rookies who don't make the roster. So, but Brad is impossible to predict. So I think it's more likely that they will trade back than trade up, just because it's going to depend on how the board falls. If the player that they really want, my hope is your Dominic Raku is available at 28 or close to that, then I think they will grab them or even jump up and grab them. But if all the players they like are gone, they'll trade back. I guess that's kind of obvious in terms of strategy.
No, Ezra Raku seems like a perfect fit for the Lions. Given the fact that it seems like they're willing to bring back Zadarius Smith, or at least it's a possibility. Along with Josh Pascal, I'm not saying Ezra Raku is just a situational pass rusher. I don't mean to say that at all. I think he's a really good player. I think he's really good at everything. But the pass rush game, the advancement of his, the way that he can string together moves in a game, it kind of sticks out in this draft. Really, I think him and Mike Green are the guys with the best set of pass rush moves. So, that would be a great pick. I think if the Lions walked away with him here on day one or night one, I think that's a great starting point for this draft. I agree.
One thing I would say, though, is I'm not as convinced as everyone else that the Lions see edge as such an overwhelming need. They entered the season last year just about the same place they are now, with Aiden as obviously the dominant starter, and then Marcus Davenport on the other end. And obviously, Marcus Davenport doesn't have a great track record. It's just one of the most injured players you could possibly imagine. But I think that people forget that, at the beginning of the year last year, they were pretty dominant for the first few games until Marcus Davenport got hurt. And even after he was out, they were dominant with just Hutchinson on the edge and a sort of rotating cast at the other edge. And
that's a great way to put it, rotating cast.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I wish that was purposeful fun. But anyway, so I think it's actually possible that they won't be picking an edge in the first round or even the second round.
And the depth at that
want
position,
to bolster that offensive line, and they want to. I think that receiver might be seen as a pretty serious need, given that Tim Patrick might be moving on soon, and then they're not. I don't think they're going to be able to sign Jameson Williams. I think he's sort of at the bottom of the shopping list as far as that goes. So
the depth at all of those positions that you just described is there, for you. whether you want to make that pick in round one, I mean, wide receiver or offensive line, or round two. I think the depth at outside linebacker, D end, or edge, if you will, I think that depth really sticks out. And so, from that standpoint, if they decided to wait to go edge defender for a while, you couldn't blame them. My entire browser's locked up, so I can't switch to the next pick, unfortunately, until this unfreezes. So I feel bad for that. But in any case, so from that standpoint, I couldn't blame Brad Holmes and those guys if the right player was not there at 28 for them to take an edge defender and waiting until the second round or maybe even the third. I think that's about as far as you get. And then actually, I wonder if waiting till the third round to address that position isn't a little bit too long. We in our Ravens Discord, we continue to use the phrase in between guy.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of the edge defenders and a lot of positions, they're guys that maybe you don't want to draft them late in round two, but they're not going to be there late in round three where the Lions are. So it'll be an interesting, dynamic. We're not going to encounter that decision making tonight. The one thing I would say selfishly is I do kind of hope they address edge defender tonight so that it doesn't become a situation where they're scrambling late in round two or middle, early round three to try to trade back in and get access to a player like a Braden Swinson or, Stewart, the guy from Michigan that they really like a lot. He's, smaller, but he's got a great burst and he plays like a Raven. He plays like a Lion. He plays 100 or 1,000 miles an hour. So selfishly, I would hope that they do address it in the first round, but they've got more options than people have presented.
So the Lions have 28, 60, 102, I think, right? What are the Ravens? Are we following each other back to back all the way? The 102 is perfect.
Yes, Ravens are right in front of the Lions at 27. My browser just came back up, so if I did not respond to any of your comments, I really apologize. Just catching up with some comments, so my apologies, Jake. And the Raiders pick is already in. I understand now why people have a production crew.
Yeah, right.
Trying to do it all yourself while being a regular person is tough. So the Raiders pick is already in. My original goal here was to have these running during the stream, but clearly I've been behind. H. Brassy, thank you, man. Appreciate the donation there for $10. Man, that's awesome. The Ravens pick ahead, Jake. And my worry is that teams know the Lions are looking at an edge defender, and therefore use the Ravens to trade in front of Detroit. And I hope that doesn't happen. Having said that, from a Ravens perspective, if someone, the one that sticks out for us as Ravens fans, all of us, is the Giants. Because the Giants just took Abdul Carter, and we anticipate that they may want to move on from Kayvon Thibodeau. Of course, that means the Lions could be in on him as well. So our thought in our Ravens Discord was, what a great pick, Genty to the Raiders, by the way. Our thought was, 34, give me 34 and Kayvon Thibodeau for our 27. And we would like that. And I think the Lions fans may accept that as well. So the asking price for Thibodeau and 34 might get driven up by both of those teams, to each other. So just a crazy thing. And one of those things, we wish we had access to some of that information, right, or at least some of that discussion.
Was that the Jets who took Genty?
The Raiders, unless my stream is a little behind.
As long as it's not the Bears, that was the fear. That's the most expressed fear of Lions fans. It's who we didn't want them to pick. Totally
agree. And they have, we have to admit they've hit a home run this offseason.
Yeah.
With the offensive line, and they've already got athletic, fast, physical guys on defense. I think the Bears are going to be a different dynamic this year.
It'll be interesting to see. I mean, every team except the Vikings seems to be getting better. But I'm interested to see what the Vikings do with their 4 draft picks. I would think they would trade back and acquire more draft picks.
Yeah. They only got 4 at this point. Kind of crazy.
It's crazy.
We're making progress here in terms of the numbers. I sat down the last couple of days and I actually tried to plot out the times, and that's why I was messaging you and other guys, like trying to get people on at a particular time that lined up, and not in your case that doesn't work out obviously because the Lions are drafting so late. But I just didn't know, who would even be awake, at the time that the Lions and the Ravens draft. I agree with your initial observation there about Genty, that if he was to go to Chicago with that offensive line that they're building, and Ben Johnson's, look, regardless of what we may think of Ben Johnson and some of the things that he said, and unusual behavior, let's just say unusual, he knows how to design an offense, and he knows how to call plays and set things up. It's almost, tell me what you think of this, and I've got another guest that's going to come in about 6 or 7 minutes.
Yeah.
Tell me what you think of this. If I had a friend who's a hardcore Lions fan.
Yeah.
He said, it might actually work in Detroit's favor that Aaron Glenn has moved on, because now it's not like Ben Johnson has this intimate knowledge of the defensive structure and the way that Aaron Glenn calls defensive plays with a new defensive coordinator there. Because I do think Shepard's going to be a little different. I don't think you're going to see this reliance, or maybe over reliance on man coverage in the same way. I think you might be transitioning to a little bit more balanced structure there. So that dynamic there is different. Ben Johnson doesn't have this familiarity with, the entirety of the scheme and the way that Aaron Glenn calls plays.
Yeah, I think that the general feeling is that Shepard is, as a new defensive coordinator, might be less likely to stick to his guns at all costs, which was the sort of feeling about Aaron Glenn. And not that he was totally inflexible, but he wanted to see, he was conservative in the pace at which he reacted to the way that teams were playing them and how his players were playing. And some of that, I think, was trying to give his players the benefit of the doubt. If something didn't go right in 1 week, if it went disastrously in 1 week, like many weeks in 2022, he would rely on coaching to coach them up for the next week, maybe make a few tweaks, but just, hope that carried through. And so you'd see sort of a delayed reaction to the way the teams were playing them and those sort of defensive adjustments. It's very rarely in-game defensive adjustments, I think.
No, I agree.
Maybe you observed that more closely than I did. But.
No, Jake. That's, first of all, it was very well said. You said delayed, somewhat delayed reaction to the adjustments, or delayed actual adjustments. Yeah. I think there's some truth for that, for real. And having said that, if we were to stop the season for whatever reason at the end of the regular season, it's a very, you have to, if you're able to do that mentally at all on any level, and I can, because I've got 1.5 feet in the Lions bucket and a half a foot out as an analyst. I don't know how you do it. 1.75, whatever. Excuse me. You have to give him credit for what he was able to accomplish. That doesn't happen in professional sports, for what you're able to do with so many players, I think. And that's what makes it difficult. And that's why I sympathize with so many Lions fans for the ending, because what they accomplished defensively with what they had was shocking and should be remembered in a better sense than it was. The ending was, the way things often end, whether it's sports or relationships or jobs, it gets shitty at the end. But I thought it was a beautiful season. Unfortunately, it ended, in a manner that was not fun to watch at all.
If it's a movie, you end up with them winning the Super Bowl, and they were like on track for that. I mean, with these replacement level players, essentially, guys who were taken off of other teams' practice squads, guys who were off the street, guys who had some sort of relationship with some Lions coach and got picked up, and were playing. Got picked up on Tuesday and we're playing on Sunday, and that was like a ridiculous Hollywood sports movie narrative. It just didn't. We just couldn't bring it off at the end. Unsurprisingly, because real life is different.
If you stopped it after the Vikings game,
right. That's where I stopped doing all my rewatches of those games. By the way.
Well, look, I'm not, and again, this is my unfamiliarity with the streaming service here. It appears as if I only have 4 slots to have either media or guests, and I may be totally misinterpreting the functionality here. Frank, it looks like your device won't connect for whatever reason. So the pick is in already for the Jets. I'm a little behind, and I'm recognizing now why some people have a second individual working with them to help produce something or keep something flowing. I'm probably what do I say all the time? My reach is exceeding my grasp here. Trying
I get
to.
it. I'm more than happy to hop off. I've had like continuous echo this entire time. So
Oh man, fought through it.
Read your lips to make sure I'm responding to the correct. It's probably on my end. I've never used this either. So, and
well, if other people heard it, you're more than welcome to let me know. I certainly don't want to produce something that doesn't work out well. So in any case, Jake, man, I appreciate it for you for being my first guest, and also for being a positive influence in the Discord for the Lions.
Yeah,
Like
no
constantly for the Ravens and Lions Discord, I'm always amazed that a random selection of people from across the country really is able to discuss the game in a way that's civil.
Yeah.
And isn't too inflammatory. Occasionally it is when the team loses, but in any case, man, thank you for joining in.
Before I go, I wanted to mention, I really hope, part of me really hopes they draft a Georgia player, because I live in Athens, Georgia. All of my friends, some of whom are listening to this, are diehard UGA football fans. And so, as you know, the Philadelphia Eagles only draft players from Georgia. So they are all in so far as I can get them to care about professional football at all. They're all big Eagles fans for what they call the Philly Dogs. And so I really need to get some of those players on the Lions so that they change their allegiance and become excited about the Detroit Lions in pro football. So
now, does I-95? I'm not familiar with Athens. I mean, I'm familiar with Atlanta, obviously, but does I-95 go through Athens or no?
No, it's 85 and 75.
That's what I thought. Split, yeah.
So we're sort of in between.
So somehow they've got an 85 to 95 conversion, bypass,
right?
For those guys. Well, man, awesome stuff. So thank you again, Frank. I got you here, buddy. So,
all right, I'll see you later, Derek.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks again. Alan, what's going on, man? Can you hear me? I got no audio here, Alan. Might have you rejoin in a minute. If it doesn't work, that's okay. Just keep trying it. So for those of you that are just joining or maybe sat through the segment with Jake, what my intention is to have a rotating, selection of guests coming through every 15 or 20 minutes. And, I recognize I am also behind because the Panthers are up with their pick. I think I got done with all 32 videos like this that would basically have a countdown timer, but I've been remiss or behind on all of them. Whatever you just did, Frank, it sounds like you disconnected it. So yeah, no problem. We'll let Frank sort it out. Thanks, John, for letting me know. Appreciate it, man. And like I said, I recognize I'm a little bit behind on the stream here from a video standpoint. I didn't think I was shocked by the Travis Hunter trade. Were any of you as surprised by it? First of all, the timing of it, I guess it has to occur on draft night. So it has to be, it has to be a shock or it has to be surprising. Frank, just let me know when you're ready, buddy. I see what you're setting up. All right. You got me now? I got nothing. Send me a message in the Discord, buddy. I can see you off screen. So I was shocked, and from a Ravens standpoint, like I said earlier, I was glad that he was going to be out of the division. Jacksonville, have to give them credit for going for what I think is the best player in the draft. If he was just a wide receiver, he'd be a top 5 pick. If he was just a corner, he'd be a top 5 pick. But in this case, we've got a guy who plays a little bit of both. Edge and Al Frank, I'll try it again. Hey, buddy. Negative. That's a negative. Keep trying. Yeah, John, so I root for Travis Hunter for number one, for what he tries to do on the field. There's no It was very well said to me today by pretty much the best coach I've ever been able to be around. That you're talking about a guy who plays two premier positions, receiver and corner, and there's no BS associated with his game. There's nothing he does that's untoward or that's counterproductive to the team at all. And he plays 111 snaps a game. He's not going to do that in the NFL for sure. But the fact that Cleveland passed on him, it's a very Browns. Let me be overreactionary. It's a very Browns thing to do at this point, at least in my opinion. All right, Alan, how we doing, buddy? Yeah, I don't have you muted. Let me edit your mic settings. Got nothing. It says your mic settings are all good. Interesting. Just send me a message. I mean, John, that's kind of my perspective, is that I thought that he would be a guy that played, quote, full-time defense or 70, 80% defense, and then the situationally used on offense because he has the skills to do that, number one, and number two, because of the expectations for a corner, for a DB in the NFL at this time. Yeah, once you're set up, Frank, just let me know. I will continually show this document here that has, a selection of picks or players available in the first, second, third round. I cut off things at what would be off screen to the right would be tight ends, quarterbacks, running backs. I didn't do my due diligence with running backs in this draft for a lot of reasons. It's not that I don't think they're worth it. In fact, I think that this is a draft. If you need a running back, you should take one. And if you don't need a running back, you should still probably take one. Frank, I got you. Give me 1 second. Hey, buddy.
Hey, Coach, can you hear me?
Yeah, man. All loud and clear.
I can't hear you now.
Oh, wow. That's crazy. But in any case, back to running backs, I think that this is
I can't hear you. That's weird.
I can tell. I think that this is a draft where even if you don't need a running back, like the Ravens don't, that you probably still want to look at taking one to create competition. So I didn't really scout the running backs a ton compared to other positions. I probably overly focused on offensive line and edge defenders, like you see on the left-hand side. Anything that's a blue link is
testing.
A hyperlink.
1, 2, testing.
I got you, Frank, loud and clear. I got you loud and clear. I do like the McMillan pick for the Panthers. There we go. I do like the McMillan pick for the Panthers. I did not understand why there were so many people talking about the draft as if McMillan was going to be there in the 20s. I don't know about you that are watching. That seemed to be incredibly unrealistic to me. No reason to think that a guy with that kind of talent and that kind of range and ability to go get the football was going to be available so late in the game.
Hey, Coach, how you doing?
Alan, how you doing, buddy? You got me?
I got you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man. All good. Thanks for being diligent with it.
Yeah, no problem. Appreciate the patience. Just to simplify the setup. So I think just
Yeah,
relogging in, got it going.
Yeah, that's what they say all the time, right? Just restart.
When at first you don't succeed, try again, especially at the 40-yard dash at the combine.
Yeah. Well, look, man, first of all, thanks for joining the stream because it's the first one that I've done for the draft. And then, kind of like I just said to Jake at the outro for his segment was thanks for being a contributor and a positive contributor to the Ravens Discord that we've got that, like you and I talked about today, is, it's kind of grown into something that we didn't really anticipate in terms of numbers, but also quality of observation and discussion. So, like I said, dual thanks here for being a part of the stream and for also being a part of that community, really being a part of helping create that community that I rely on and enjoy every day.
Honestly, like when the Discord started, I didn't know where it was going to go and how it's going to end up. We've suddenly got, draft graphics and a great Excel Google sheet you've been sharing over there. And you've got these great tools that we use. You make everything so easily and available to us. And I think what separates our Discord is really there's like a unsaid code of conduct. And even when we've had people who have had even some like, fights or things like that, like we've really been able to resolve it really quickly. And that's a kudos to everybody on the Discord.
Yes.
Everybody trying to make the environment as good as possible. So that kind of cumulative, just general goodwill, I think is what separates our Discord in a lot of ways. And that's why, people don't stay on Discord, stay on these types of things unless it's really good. So I can tell you, I've enjoyed it, and I look forward to continuing to contribute to it in a real way.
And selfishly, and I've admitted this to you and other people, I use it as a platform to gauge or test, test ideas sometimes. And hey, is this a good idea? What do you guys think of this? And sometimes it gets positive feedback, and sometimes there's no feedback at all. But it's a quick feedback loop for me to test something. So in any case, moving on from that, man, I know who the player is you want. We can get to him later on, but what's your impression of first the Travis Hunter trade?
So my impression of it was you kind of have to look at more than just the players and the picks. You kind of have to look at the way the Jaguars are perceived as an organization. This immediately transforms them from a team that gets blacked out sometimes and shipped to London and kind of perceived in that lower way. And now they're must-see TV. I think that's a big part of it. And it's something that I think when you think about evaluations of a trade, it's organizations making trades. It's not just a football team. And I think that actually is a plus for Jacksonville. I think they upped the way that people feel when they walk in the building. They feel that this guy is going to change the mood in the room, in the stadium. And, I think a lot of people are going to focus on the return for the Browns. Great return. Not here to say it's a good or a bad return. I'm going to say this. It is a good return. I think they got a pretty sizable haul. But I think that to call this an immediate loss for the Jaguars just based on a JJ chart is, I think, a little bit short-sighted.
100%. I had, the same football coach that I talked to today, and like I said, is the best for me, people that I've been around in terms of coaching and organization and building successful organizations and promoting success for people. His first words were, Travis Hunter is the number one pick in this draft. And that was just an observation. I'm not saying he should have gone number one. What I am saying is the potential for the Jaguars here, global impact, is huge. And selfishly, we got him out of our division.
Yeah, I think that's also, I think we're all happy not to see him going up against our corners just because he's that type of potentially devastating player. The other side of that, once again, just on a balanced approach, is maybe the Browns just made a great trade and are about to land some really good players. So in terms of my feeling on the results, and this is just the way I feel about trades. I think a lot of times we try to evaluate and things like that. Listen, Travis Hunter, definitely a sigh of relief. I get that. Now, there's also a piece of me that's well, what about the dudes that the Browns are going to draft? Let's see. The last time they made this type of trade for Julio Jones, I think it's oddly reminiscent of the Julio Jones trade. The Browns ended up drafting some not so very good players, so it worked out just great for us. So I think, one of the safer bets in life has been the Browns screwing this up, so we'll continue to bet that way.
Yeah, I mean, I can't argue there. I think they had something of value. I forget what movie it was, but they had a chip in the game. Wow, I thought it was possible this was Sanders.
Yeah, they ended up taking Banks. I'm already in the other year I was Malik Willis is the next pick for a while. The quarterback that's going to go is Malik Willis. I'm kind of there with Milroe because he's my number 2. I know that's debatable. Other people have other players number 2. I did a whole show on it. I really like Milroe. So for me, all the quarterback teams, I'm is Milroe going? Even if some people thought it was wrong. Malik's been doing pretty good on Green Bay, so he's starting to validate some of my feelings toward him. But for me, Milroe, Dart, Sanders. I thought the Browns were going to be a team that could take Sanders. Just they get the trade and then they get the pump up at drafting a quarterback. I thought that was a pretty nice win for a GM. That would be a GM's dream, especially if the QB works out. Didn't end up going that way.
I think you have to give credit to the Browns that they had a chip and they cashed it in, so to speak, and used it to garner some more draft capital. What exactly were the terms? Because I was still setting up everything in my location. My background makes it look like I'm live streaming from a jail or something. Um, I was still setting everything up in this office, and so I didn't get to see all the terms. What exactly were the terms?
So I think they swapped firsts this year. That's part one. Then
Mhm.
they got this year's second. I think they got another third. Don't know if it was this year or next year. And then they also got the Jaguars' first round pick, I think next year.
Okay.
So remember the second round pick for the Jacksonville is like number 35 or something. So it's almost like a late first, closer to a late first than a second. I mean, it's a second round pick. But I'm
Right.
just saying, like, it's when you think about it, some would say it's like getting two firsts or a late first and just because of where the Jaguars are picking right now.
Yeah.
And I think the Jaguars looked at it as, they still think they have their quarterback. And as long as they think they have their quarterback, I mean, they feel like they're one or two players away maybe. Whereas the
Yeah.
Browns are probably a little bit further away at this point.
I mean, I remember we played Jacksonville down there. The offense caused problems, and we did defend well in the red zone. Well, 2 years ago, I'm talking about when we still had McDonald. So I think Lawrence can get things done. I'm not one of those people that's anti this quarterback or anti that quarterback. There's a couple that I'm not huge fans of, but by and large, I think that quarterbacks can, especially NFL quarterbacks, guys who have good film out there, they can fit into a construct if there's a consistent offensive. Well, the Bears pick is in already. Wow, I think Trevor Lawrence is one of those guys that can succeed. To make a long story short, and it doesn't surprise me that they go get him a premier player on the offense and the defensive side of the ball. I agree with you totally with one of your initial statements that just because the JJ chart calls this a win for the Browns and a loss for the Jags, that's short-sighted. We've got a long way to go to see who they pick at those selections and then how good Travis Hunter is, because we always talk about ceiling and floor. What's the floor for Travis Hunter? All pro on one side of the ball,
So to me, in terms of ceiling and floor, I can see him being like a really generational player. I like the way he moves as a receiver, just coming from the quarterback's perspective. Some guys I watch receivers, I'm like, would I like to throw to him? Would I not? I think he has a lot of bounce, just in terms of his cuts. Like some people look for like very tight angled cuts. I've learned for guys who get a lot of space on their cut, when they push off the ground, how much force and momentum do they get in that bounce? How far can they go? He bounces really, really well. So I could tell you from a receiving standpoint, I'd be really excited to throw to him. I know that a lot of people are saying, some people are even saying full-time corner, part-time receiver. I mean, I've seen kind of all different versions of it. It's a little bit like Shohei Ohtani. You have like different versions of what some people think and things like that. But I'm really excited to see what he could do for sure at receiver. At DB, I'm also curious if he can return some kicks. I think that you don't want to limit your creativity with what this guy can do. He's going to have certain competencies at some point that's proven, and we'll figure it out. But you asked me ceiling or floor. Ceiling is like a Deion Sanders style player. Maybe he won't be exactly Deion in terms of all-pro corners, decent receiver.
Mhm.
Maybe it'll be flipped. I kind of like him a lot as a receiver, so that's just me. But I think his floor is that he's just a really, really functional, at least a decent number 2 receiver, a decent player you can put on the defense. You'll feel he won't be a shutdown corner, but someone you could put all around the defense. I think he could have some potential as a really quick reaction zone player if he isn't necessarily perfect in terms of his technique and man. So I think you might see certain things where he's split into certain schemes, and that's kind of where he stays. But I'm really curious if he has a future returning some kicks and returning punts in this league. I think that's another thing that people aren't thinking about now because they just changed special teams rules again, and people think about special teams kind of in the back of their mind. I kind of think about Ed Reed returning kicks, blocking kicks. We're talking about a hyper-coordinated player who can do a lot of things. So when I think about a player's ceilings or different types of utilities, I don't want to limit that. I kind of want to say this person might be able to really impact all 3 levels. We're just not sure what that level of impact will be.
He can do it. He can do everything. He's pretty ridiculous. When I first began to watch film for this draft, I watched Travis Hunter film for like a day and a half, and immediately I was like, I think he's the number 1 pick in the draft if you're just picking the best player. And then I kind of went away from Travis Hunter film for, however long, 2 months, 3 months. And then in the last 2 weeks here, I found myself watching Travis Hunter film again. It kind of felt like a great movie that you haven't watched for 10 or 12 years. And then you go back to it and you're like, wow, that scene was amazing. I don't know, you're younger than me, but like Terminator 2 is the one for me. I continue to watch occasionally and I'm like, how did they get that done? from a production standpoint, how did they get that done back in that time frame to make it look so good? And Travis Hunter, in some regard, reminds me of like a movie you saw 10 years ago that was fantastic, and then you came back to watch it again, and it was even better. Like when I watched the film, I was like, why are we not talking about him being the number one pick? And then people were talking about, oh, he could go to number 4. I actually did some mock draft simulators where he was like still there at 8, 9, and 10. And I was thinking, what AI program is spitting out this output file? Because there's just no way that NFL GMs let this guy slide past really 2, but let alone 3, 4, 5, or 6. So from a Ravens standpoint, Alan, where are you with the picks? I know who you want at 27, and I don't got any problem with that player. But what do you look for as, like, let's say the most realistic 2 or 3 options? And then how would you compare your guy Morrison to the ones that are, really out there? Starks, Booker, Shamar Stewart's been mentioned in the last couple of days.
So I listened to Ken's podcast today. He did something called the Magnificent Seven. I really enjoyed that. I thought that Imawari, if I'm pronouncing his name right, I think that's somebody who I'm really interested in. I kind of love the idea of having 2 Kyle Hamiltons or 2 people with that type of framework on our defense. I've definitely, heard, if you guys are like guys like Booker, if you guys like, I'm trying to think who else has been mocked to us. Malachi Starks has been mocked to us by a bunch of guys. To me, I think that I want to go with a more general approach here. There's definitely a few guys. Jade Barron is somebody who, like, I know a lot of people are on. Pierce, I think is his name, the pass rusher. So I there's a few guys that people are on, but I think that, if you're coming at it from a Ravens point of view, I think we have a lot of Ravens fans here. So I think I'm gonna kind of give a healthy way to approach this draft. If they don't draft the position that you want them to draft, or you have this guy in mind, be open to the idea that it might work out okay. Because I kind of use the Saquon Barkley parallel. And this is something that people kind of lose their minds over. The Giants drafted Saquon Barkley number 3. And everybody 25 years later is telling me it was a bad idea, this idea, don't draft a running back, don't do this. I'm like, do you know how many players in the NFL who you draft in the first round bust out completely? Just don't make the team, don't make the league, just end up not being a good player. They drafted almost a sure thing all-pro player. Like, that's a rare commodity in this league. And to me, when we kind of are saying, oh, we want to draft this position need or that position, fortunately not too many positions of dire need this year. I think that kind of is like your beggars can't be choosers. If you get a good player, if the Ravens just keep the ball moving, if we get a good player in this draft, a contributor, I will be thrilled. I do not care to a certain extent what position. Obviously, we love certain positions, but to me, I really want fans on the Ravens especially to be open to the idea that we don't have to draft the left tackle right now, or we don't have to draft the corner, if that's what you're thinking. Have like a little bit of more of a healthier approach to this draft, because I'm not sure that the player at the position you want is necessarily going to be there. And it's been interesting talking to a lot of Ravens fans. Most of them are talking about either a position or a specific player. And I think openness to just getting a good player here is going to move us forward in a tremendous way. Go ahead. Can I make one more point?
Go ahead, Alan. Yeah.
In terms of the player that I'm looking for, he should be someone who initiates the charge at his position. So what I liked about Hamilton was he's a decisive player. We want someone.
You said that from day one. You said that from day one in our Ravens Discord. You said that, 6-8 weeks before that draft that year, and some of us were like, wait a minute. We were like, wait a minute. I call you Frank because that's what's in the Discord. But I was like, wait a minute, Frank. He's not even going to be there when we pick. And then that night, we're doing that countdown. 10, he's still there. 11, he's still there. And I remember it got to 12, and you were like a 7-year-old kid on Christmas Eve. And he's still there at 14, and you're like, oh my God, I think I even muted you that night.
Makes sense. I was pretty giddy about Hamilton, and thankfully in this case, rightfully so. In this case.
Well, I don't think you're wrong. You didn't just say best player available. And I don't like to use canned phrases or acronyms to describe it. That's not what you said. You gave a healthy and good description of what the Ravens should look for. A player who can impact the game the most, somewhat irregardless of the position. that's what's so unique for me for this draft is that the Ravens and the Lions are in a different situation, in my opinion. I think the Lions have a very unique, sharp, easily recognizable need: defensive end, outside linebacker, edge defender. And the Ravens certainly have offensive line needs, safety, corner. Some people would say edge rusher, fine. But those needs don't go to the depth at those individual positions for the Ravens. Those needs aren't as distinct as the Lions' need for an edge defender is. So for me, it's so interesting to evaluate the draft because I didn't do it from a Ravens perspective. I didn't do it from a Lions perspective either. I tried to do it from both. And it made it challenging, but what it did for me was it helped me keep a healthy level of disconnect from to certain players and just pigeonholing them. And I'll give you an example. Emeka Egbuka from Ohio State. He's a guy I didn't watch film of probably until the last month. And then I felt guilty watching his film because he's so damn good. Matthew Golden just went to San Francisco. That's a great pick. Is that?
Yeah. Loveland went to the Bears, and I'm just following on NFL.com, so you might be a little ahead of me on terms of the 49ers.
Yeah, I think it looked like it was Golden, but I could be wrong. So for me, from what to line it up with what you just said, is that we're not the Ravens aren't locked into a certain player, but Starks is really good as a safety, especially in coverage. I don't think he's really good as a tackler. Shamar Stewart, tremendous physical gifts. Obviously, Tyler Booker, the other end of the spectrum, not tremendous gifts, but great film that's out there. And a lot of great coaches co-sign what he's capable of. So just a lot of fun for me to try to get through the draft. So what do you like about Ben Morrison? Let's cut to the chase a little bit. What do you like about Ben Morrison?
Oh, sure. So Ben Morrison to me represents. It's a little funny. Like I said, I want Imawari because I want two Kyle Hamiltons. Ben Morrison is kind of the zag there. Ben Morrison is a absolutely sticky man corner. He's someone who is always in the receiver space. He's there. He's like white on rice, as they say. And to me, we don't quite have a guy like that. We have a lot of long, athletic guys, but we don't necessarily have guys that are like inside of the other player's jersey the entire game. He has that level of coordination. He has that level of stickiness. The injury makes it difficult to take at 27. He's just my guy. I watched his tape, and right away, I'm like, this dude belongs. This guy's going to be a really good corner, could be an all-pro corner. And, that's what the injuries, character, these types of things are so hard to evaluate. I don't have all the medicals in front of me. I don't have, trained professionals telling me all these things. I just know a little bit about it from what's written online. The same thing with like Harmon. How do you evaluate his, quote unquote attitude problems? Like, how do we even evaluate this type of stuff? Or, so to me, like it's just about, who did I gravitate towards when I watched the film? Morrison's film reached out to me as someone who we don't have, but also just looks fantastic. I know they're both Notre Dame guys, Hamilton and Morrison, but I think that's completely coincidental. It's more that Morrison, when I watch him, I'm like, that's an NFL corner. That's a real NFL corner. Like when we watch McDuffie on Sundays, I'm like, that guy's just sticky. He's just always there.
He kind of reminds me of him in some ways. He's very, and Brandon Stevens was like that, not to use a name that's inflammatory for Ravens fans, but he's always connected to some degree. But I really like Benjamin Morrison, and I don't have any trouble with the talent that's there. Clearly, people are going to be concerned about the Ronaldo. What's up, man? Joe, thank you for joining. Clearly, people are going to be concerned about the health issues, possible health issues, and there's going to be many players like that have that issue. I guess I was wrong about who the 49ers took. Looks like is that Michael Williams?
Yeah, they took Michael. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. I saw it wrong a couple of minutes ago. My apologies for that. I commented that looked like they took Matthew Golden. I actually really like Michael Williams, and I know that he must have played the same position as Trayvon Walker at Georgia because there's just so many times where he's lined up in a 4-eye. So he's like B-gap responsible for run, but on pass ends up being C-gap responsible. And there's a level, Ravens fans, sorry about that. There's a level of responsibility entrusted to that player. And I'm not sure that I'm even necessarily able to describe it in a great manner right now, nor is this the time and place to do so. But when you have a different responsibility, pass rush, than you do run responsibility, that's a huge stretch of that player, at least in my opinion, what I know about the game. And so I think Michael Williams could be a guy that plays, some would say, I guess, better in the NFL than maybe you saw in college because he won't be stretched to that regard. He won't be responsible for one gap against the run and another gap as a pass rusher. He'll pretty much be an edge defender, 9 technique or outside shade into the boundary, like we would call it 5 technique.
Yeah, I think he's going where most people had him mocked. I think, I'm looking at the board right now. The pick that's sticking out to me is Colston Loveland. I was listening to the RSP show, and Matt Waldman had some interesting things to say about the tight ends and taking them early. So this is a pretty significant investment in a tight end, and I know that they're looking offense, and he wants his either next Sam Laporto, whoever they're comparing Loveland to. Everybody's got their own comparisons for these guys. I think that that's a lot of equity to place in the tight end position for someone who, even Kyle Pitts was like, okay, highly projected. This guy's going to be amazing. Whether it will happen or not, it's not, but he had the grades to like back it up. Like, this is a really interesting pick by the Bears. Oh, Stacy's going to be upset. Booker's gone. Stacy's going to be upset. That's the end of the Tyler Booker dream. I think he had the jersey. He had the jersey. He had the jersey as his new avatar. It was a Tyler Booker Ravens jersey.
I never understood, the quickness to put Booker as a guy that could fall out of the first round. That just didn't line up with the film at all. Was there times where you saw, a loss or something like that? Yeah, sure. I mean, he plays in the SEC. He's playing against badass guys at defensive tackle. He's a left guard playing against interior defensive linemen. I saw a guy that looked like a day one starter for the Ravens. And what I mean when I say that is if he had been on Baltimore's roster in 2024, the Tyler Booker I saw on film for Alabama starts at left guard or starts at right guard if we have anyone making sound decisions at that position. And so it didn't make sense to me for that guy to be falling in projections or mocks. And so this pick for me makes complete sense for him. I don't have picks 11 through 16 or 17. I don't have videos made up for them, countdowns. It doesn't matter because my countdowns were way off anyway. But so forgive me if the screen is boring from the standpoint that it's not anything cycling through.
Oh, also, Coach, do you mind if I say who gets picked? I'm looking at it on NFL.com's feed, so I'm for sure a minute late. I just don't know if you want to call out the picks.
Go right ahead.
Okay, if you have a cadence that you're on, I don't want to interrupt that.
I don't think – if people are watching my stream and, relying on that for a timely pick, I'm flattered, number one. Number two, you shouldn't be. You should be monitoring at some level to get the picks as quick as possible. And then if you're listening to me and you're interested in what I have to say, ask me a question in the comment section and I'll do so. Hey, the Lions wingnut, I agree with you that the Bears have got, they've got an uphill climb to add talent. But, man, I do think they improved their offensive line this offseason. Thuney, number one. Jonah Jackson, number two. And I believe they got a tackle, but I could be wrong there. I know that they've acquired 3 veterans with NFL playing experience on the offensive line. So I think they've improved there. They look like a team to me that, is going to be a different animal to deal with in 2024 because of the structure of the offense. And Caleb Williams will have probably more defined reads, more defined, easier situations, pass setups because of the design of the offense and Ben Johnson's ability to recognize what people are doing. And then, their defense is fast, athletic, and plays hard anyway. So I certainly don't, I'm not saying the Bears are going to win 10, 11, 12 football games. It's way too soon for that. But I think they're going to be drastically improved.
Yeah, I've seen. So I was speaking to somebody who's a Bears fan the other day. So, I know kind of what the prevailing attitude is there. And they really wanted to just get this offense working. We'll worry, they feel like their defense is good. Whatever we draft, just draft offense. That's what they were all looking for. To me, I'm just looking at the board and I'm just like, okay, Micah Williams, edge, Georgia, 11. That fits for me. Booker, a lot of people are on him. It wouldn't have been surprising if the Bears would have maybe even gone for one of those 2 guys. So when I look at the board, it's just, we have Genty, but he's kind of in the Saquon spot this year. He's like the number 1. So you have a quarterback, a corner, wide receiver, an edge, a tackle, a running back who's insane. Everybody thinks he's going to be nuts. Offensive tackle, wide receiver, that makes sense. And then I just see tight end in the middle here. And it's like, I get that you want to get the offense together, but, having good young players across the roster in a general way is also really helpful. I'm not going to say that Loveland's a reach. We obviously have to see how these guys go. But to me, like that's a pick which is going to get some criticism, I think, just from the broader analytics community, especially how people feel about tight ends and getting good ones later. To me, that's going to be one where like maybe they might have wanted to go a different direction here. Maybe they kind of overstated how much they want to
Yeah.
get this offense together, or just getting a skill guy there. I just, it's to me, I know he's probably been mocked to the Bears like a couple spots. I think I've seen it, but I'm still looking at this and I'm like, I think they would have, if Williams or Booker ends up being a good player, that might be a little tough to swallow 2 years from now. Right now, like, okay, everybody's happy, but like 2 years from now, you might look at that tight end pick and be like, ooh, I'm not so sure how I feel about it.
I only scouted 3 of his games because I had seen enough. I was like, he's a really good football player. He's a really good pass catcher. I did think that he didn't look overly physical to me. I know that other people have a different evaluation, but again, when you're operating the way that I'm operating, and what's on screen for you guys to see is all the players that I tried to evaluate and get film of, and I'll put the links in the description here in a moment, so you can see that the work was at least done. You may disagree or agree with the evaluation, not you, Frank, but other people. I didn't think I needed to see much more of Colston Loveland. I thought, okay, that's a really talented guy, that he's going to be able to get things accomplished in the NFL. I didn't think that he would be drafted before Tyler Warren, right?
Yes, Warren is still on the board.
Yeah, I didn't think that would be the case. But in any case, it doesn't surprise me that he's in this range. The Bears do have Cole Kmet, and so the 12 personnel stuff that it sounds like maybe they'll get into with those 2 guys will be interesting, because the reality for me is that Loveland does remind me. Yes, Kyle, I'm working on that. That's, first of all, Kyle, thank you for that suggestion. Change the name, change the color of the players that have been picked already on my chart. I think Loveland is more like Laporta from the standpoint in that he can play receiver some and tight end, versus Kmet, who cannot. And so they will try to be a 12 personnel group that can go 11 personnel formations. And that presents its own problems for you defensively. How do you match it? Do you keep base personnel on the field, or do you go nickel and try to play it that way? So they're in the right division for 12 personnel groups with the Vikings, the Lions, and the Bears, and the Packers. So I think that division's hell. Just we're Ravens fans, and we know that the AFC North is pure hell to deal with. But that division is similar, and I know Ravens fans won't like me saying that, but that's a hellacious schedule to deal with for the Bears, to have to play 2 games against the Vikings, 2 games against the Packers, and then 2 games against the Lions as well.
Yeah, I think it's also tough when 2 of your teams you're playing against are dome teams and you're an outdoor team. So you're like, you got 7 home games or whatever, 8 home games, and like now you have to play 2 important games in a dome. So you're optimizing your team on one surface, and you have to play 2 hugely important games on a different surface. I think that's tough. And when I look at Loveland, I remember thinking like, that guy's pretty quick. Same way I said about Travis Hunter, is that like, I like the way he moves. He moves well. I feel like he's got good hands. He moves well. We'll see. We'll kind of see if he translates so well at the NFL level. I think, with defenses getting a little bit smaller and wiser in terms of how they defend the pass versus the run, I think, I don't know how good of a blocker he is and how good of a kind of 2-way guy he is. So I'm curious how that shakes out. But there's a point where maybe next year, we're looking at it. He's 800 yards, got 6 touchdowns. He's having like a mini Laporte, and I look stupid, and I'll live with that. And I live with that. But I also think that I also think it's right now it's the pick that sticks out like a sore thumb on the board.
Yeah, I don't know that I can't say that, man. I mean, to have a year like Laporta did, the tight end from the Raiders last year, historic, so has kind of, I don't want to say overshadowed, but it's gotten a lot of attention. Look at what Laporta did the year before. It's essentially the same type of impact, except Laporta was doing it in high leverage moments. That team, Detroit, 2 years ago into 23, made the NFC Championship game. Laporta's injury, impacted them in the playoffs at that time. He's a tremendous talent. I don't know that I can say that Loveland, for my money, is the same type of guy in year one. And just like you said, I could be way wrong there. So last thing here, Alan, and then I'm going to have you're going to come back later, right?
100%.
Yeah. So, what's your goal for? You've already said your goal for tonight for the Ravens. Just get a player that makes impact, kind of regardless of position. What's your goal? I'm going to twist it here a little bit. What's your goal for today and tomorrow? So for day 1, day 2, not day 3, because we've got, we're going to shotgun style day 3 and take a lot of, 3-pointers and hope we hit some. And I think we will. But what's your goal for today and tomorrow for the Ravens?
I would say they definitely need to add at least, I would say one lineman. I'd want to see one lineman on either side of the ball, at least one skill guy. I don't want over concentration. I don't necessarily want to take two linemen, or I want to spread it out because we have so many guys that are competitive looking for a roster spot on this team, on our practice squad and all those things. I really think we kind of need to spread it out. I wouldn't want to see necessarily two of the same position or a cluster of players. That would be point one. The next thing I'd like to see is that we just draft guys that have the measurables to be able to be there. So if we're going to draft somebody in the second or third round, let's draft somebody who at least physically fits the profile and who I think we can polish up a little bit. Ken made a great point on his pod the other day. Today actually. He's like, give me somebody who has the physical tools but not as polished versus somebody maybe who has similar level production. And I really think he's right about that, because I want to see somebody who we can see has potential, as opposed to somebody who maybe is a more conservative kind of pick, someone who maybe doesn't have all the physical skills, but has some of the, not necessarily physical versus mental, but somebody who like we kind of feel is a finished product, as opposed to somebody who has like a lot of potential. I just think we have so much competition on our roster. We're going to have a lot of picks. We're going to have a lot of UDFAs. I just think we need to avoid like a Ben Mason style pick, avoid a fringe style pick. Let's take as many cracks at the positions that are going to really impact us. So I've said irrespective of position, but I also want guys, just get me different positions. So give me a corner that fits the bill. Give me a defensive tackle that fits. I don't necessarily mind what your product mix here. Just don't take somebody who's really, really small or really, really big. Like, I don't like guys that don't fit all three down. So if we can get players that fit those kind of things, that this guy projects that he could be an every down football player on offense and defense, I'll be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, those players are there. Those players are there at the positions that the Ravens and the Lions will draft. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that, most people have said this is a really deep draft. I think somebody on our Discord was like, yeah, there's like 900 gradable players. Last year there was 750. I'm screwing the numbers, but it's like a lot more decent to average players, they think, in this draft. And that means that we might have a decent selection of guys who fit from a dimensions point of view and a speed point of view. And then it's like, okay, what can we fix with them to make them, better football players? We can get some athletes, get some guys that are not, we're not trying to draft people just how they look in jeans, but people who have good measurables. If we can stay away from like the big misses, I think that's going to be huge.
Give me 1 second. I'm sending a message. All right. My apologies, Frank. Yeah, I agree. From the standpoint of the measurables and not going outside of what would be accepted for, size, strength, explosiveness. For me, I don't, the 40 times doesn't really become a disqualifier unless it's really far outside the, what will be accepted. But it's the quickness for me. You actually talked about it a lot when we were, years ago with the Hamilton draft. Seems like yesterday, right? But you were like his, okay, guys, his 40 time might not be great, and it wasn't, but he closes space well. He closes space, and then I think you said that about Hamilton, and we'll link this to other guys as well. Yeah, I think that's a good pick, Warren to the Colts. No surprise, right? That's pretty much where he was slotted. Hamilton, to me, and a really good football player at the linebacker level, DBs. They can play good in all 8 directions, right? North, south, east, west, and then northeast, northwest, southeast, and southwest in all 8 directions. A great football player can impact the game in all of those directions. Maybe not a defensive lineman, right? We don't need to hold them to the same standard from a directional standpoint. But the guys you're describing, Morrison, and others that we've talked about in the Discord, are all guys that can play moving forward. They can play laterally, and excluding defensive linemen from this, are guys who can play moving back as well. I think I'm just talking about defense, really. What do you think? I'll let you go here in a minute, Frank, and then I'll bring you back around 11.
Sure.
What do you think about if the Ravens have the opportunity to take a super talented receiver at 27? Because what you described earlier, and I agree with you, and I like the way you presented it. But what if that player is a receiver at 27, given the talent we've already got there for 2025?
Grab them. Receivers are not cheap. They can be really high impact players, and you never know with injuries. We don't know what the future holds for Bateman. We probably are not going to be able to keep Bateman and Flowers long term, just from a salary perspective. That's going to be really tough. So that's a great question. I'm really happy you asked it, because that's the exact type of player where, like, oh my gosh, they drafted receivers. So he's like, but we have need at safety. We have need at corner. It's like a year or two from now, we're probably going to need a receiver. We got to look at it. And also, you never know where injuries are going to hit. And once again, prioritizing getting a good player and being happy with the fact that you got a good player is huge. And I think that I was overly general in terms of what I said, like looking for the next 2 or 3 days. I'm gonna zero in a drop more, because I want to kind of reframe the answer there. Get players that have decent measurables, things like that, but make sure they're teachable people. We've got some good leaders on this defense for sure. We got Hamilton, we got Roquan, we got guys like Kyle Van Noy. We have guys at all 3 levels that have been there and done that. I feel like the problem with Stevens last year, aside from some of his performance with the ball in the air, was that he was fitting out from where he's supposed to be and what he's supposed to take away and what he's supposed to allow. If we can find somebody with decent measurables who's a teachable player, that is something we should be looking at, because just like you said with Hamilton, the way he handles space, he's very decisive. He closes gaps, and he leads. He's able to move, and everybody's able to follow off of him. In basketball, I was reading. I'll kind of finish with this point. In the book Mathletics by Wayne Winston, he's a professional analyst, and a few other guys. What he says is, in basketball, if you have a player that's helping, he's like around the basket. He has a choice between going to the corner or blocking the lane and stopping a penetrator going to the basket. He can go to the corner or stop the penetrator. The main thing is that he chooses one. The worst thing for him to do is to stand there. Okay, that's the worst thing, is for him to stand in between the 2 points. Be somebody who makes the decision, because if you move, everybody else can move in concert with you. So somebody who understands that team concept, and that could be on the O-line, getting off the ball on time. If I don't get off the ball on time, okay, what should I do? In that case, somebody else will pick up the slack on a help block. Like these types of things, understanding where you fit on the team and where your next step should be, and making sure you at least make a decision. I would say, like, the players I've mainly gone after on the Ravens, I went after Stevens last year, but another one was Chuck Clark. I felt like when he was tackling guys in space, that doesn't mean like on a downhill clear decision, but like a quarterback, he can go and juke which way. He had trouble with guys like Josh Allen. A lot of people do, but I feel like a big part of Chuck Clark's issues was that in space, in certain situations, he had trouble. And I know Clark's a beloved Raven to certain people. He was not my favorite Raven. I've criticized him a lot. But to me, like his inability to go after the football, in my analogy is like this. If you have 11 players all playing their rush lanes, no one makes the tackle. You got to make the tackle. Like, so you can't just be like, oh, I'm playing this boundary, playing that boundary. Somebody has to be the dude that goes and decisively attacks the ball carrier. And I feel like, that's something that I look for in players.
No, your comparison there, the difference between Clark and Hamilton, huge, right? You can't be, and this is relative to the NFL level. So I respect what Chuck Clark, provided and what he's been able to accomplish in his career. But at the NFL level, as a safety, he's above average athleticism for that group, for that subset of humans that play in the NFL. He's an above average athletic safety. Compared to me and you, clearly he's, an alien compared to us. So let me get that out of the way. And I'm glad that he's had a good career, being I think he was a 7th round pick. But you can't have poor eye discipline, inconsistent eye discipline, and be an above average athlete. And that goes back to kind of what you were saying. Can they be coached, and can their skills be improved upon, their athletic skills? I think the Ravens would be going safety in round 1 for me in this draft. Not that I don't like Starks, not that I don't like Emanwari. Even though he wouldn't be the guy that I would select at 27, I don't think we should be looking at safety particularly. Even if, because there are no guys at 27 for me that are Hamilton, right? Hamilton in this draft. Where does Hamilton go in this draft? Like, to me, he doesn't get past like 6, maybe 7.
Assuming we know what we know today about Hamilton.
Well, assume no college Hamilton.
College Hamilton, he's probably somewhere in the 4 to 9 range. I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
4.
And those safety, and so my point in asking that was, those safeties don't exist in this draft. There's no Kyle Hamilton in this draft. So, like for me, I don't see at 27 a safety being in our best interest. I'm going to pick up here in a moment with, it looks like Josh, who's a Lions fan. Atlanta's pick is in. Has it been posted yet? Because I don't have it on the stream I'm watching.
So I don't. The last 3 picks I have are Booker to the Cowboys, Grant, Ken Grant from Michigan to the Dolphins, Tyler Warren to the Colts. It says the Falcons pick is in, but has not been revealed yet.
Right. Yeah, next year what I try to do is, I guess I'll have to pay for StreamYard. Josh, I'll be adding you in a moment here, buddy. And get something that I'm able to cross out these players that have been selected. So, my apologies for those of you guys who have suggested that, number one, and number two, for not having that all set up. I went a little bit off center or off course in trying to prepare for this. I gotta tell you, man, I have newfound respect for the people who live stream every week. I'm guessing that the 7th time you live stream or the 10th time you live stream is probably easier than the first. And so for me to live stream and have all of this coordination with graphics, it was an uphill climb. I'm glad I did it. I'm glad I did it. Now, look, when I bring you back later, it'll be you and Stacy at the same time. So try to get him to get on something besides a phone.
I'll let him know for sure.
Because he's got that Alabama internet and it's going to echo.
We were talking about somebody who had bad reception, how he sounded like RoboCop earlier.
All right, man, I'm going to bring in a couple of Lions fans in a row and then get back to Ravens guys. The draft's moving quick, though, so maybe it'll be before 11.
I'll be here.
All right, man. Thanks, Alan. Appreciate it.
No problem, Coach. Always good to speak.
Yeah, man.
Hey there, Coach.
Josh, hey, man. How you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
Good. I know it's been a long time since we talked.
Yes, sir.
So I want to thank you, though, for joining in. I do have some paper shuffling around. I kind of prepared specific questions for each person I was bringing in. I don't know. Have you been tracking the stream or what?
A little bit. I've had other responsibilities tonight, so unfortunately I was basically just able to sit down and get here, but I'm excited to start. How do you follow Alan up, man? Like that dude was on it.
Yeah, he's sharp, man.
That was awesome.
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, the Lions Discord is about 2 years behind my Ravens Discord from the standpoint of relationships.
Right.
Those guys Alan, old Walter, who just commented, Stacy, and a couple of other people, probably about 6 or 8 guys have been in the Ravens Discord for 3.5 years.
Gotcha.
And so each draft situation we've gone through together just from communicating. And generally, we would meet in the Ravens Discord and just in a voice channel and talk. And in this case, decided to do a stream and bring some of them on for a lot of reasons. So
yeah,
that's why him and I are on the same page, because we've quote known each other, a long time from a social media standpoint.
Very cool.
But is there anybody taken so far that you were kind of hoping, even an outside shot, that the Lions could maybe grab?
Well, I'll give you 2 answers. I do not think the Lions would have taken him, but I was really hoping for Tet McMillan, and I know we had no chance of getting him. But we, the Lions have been looking for an outside receiver for so long, and they really haven't found that guy. So that's probably it. Everyone else, I'm not going to say I have a crystal ball, but everyone else kind of makes sense. And I haven't looked at the updated pick list here. But everyone else kind of makes sense. It was interesting to see the Bears go tight end. I'll say that. I felt like Cole Kmet was, he's getting older, I guess, but he's sufficient. He's definitely beaten us several times. But that does make sense. They probably wanted someone that was kind of closer to the lines of Sam Laporta,
Yes.
kind of a Sam Laporta clone, that Ben Johnson can deploy.
Wide
and kind of have
receiver,
another
tight
weapon.
end, move
Right.
around. He could,
Right.
yeah, like I just said to Frank, or Alan, he can be a tight end or a wide receiver. And now I don't know if he's going to be able to do that as well as Laporta. That was what shocked me his rookie year, was that they could line him up at X receiver and he had wins. I mean, his first game against the Chiefs, that win in Kansas City, his rookie year, he beat McDuffie 3 times from a route standpoint, clean. And he's
Yeah.
a tight end. So, and not from the slot. This was from an X receiver standpoint. I don't know that Loveland can do that as often as Laporta, but there's no reason why Bears fans, and maybe Lions fans won't like this, there's no reason why Bears fans can't look at Loveland right now and say, hey, we think he can give us 85% or more to what Laporta has given the Lions. I think there's some differences between them. I don't think that Loveland is, excuse me, as much of a contested catch guy, but man, some of the film I had on Loveland, I don't know if you heard me tell Alan, I was like, I watched 3 games. I've seen enough. I didn't need to see anymore. You're a really good football player. Yeah, I think they've had a great offseason. I think it's Lionized Wingnut in the stream, who's first of all, thank you for commenting so many times. I think the Bears have had a pretty good offseason. It remains to be seen how much their O-line has been improved, but they have attempted to do so, because I don't think Ben Johnson's offense is going to reach the heights it needs to if they don't have a good to very good offensive line in front of Caleb Williams.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to make this a Bears thing, and obviously I'm a Lions fan, so I'm kind of biased, but I do think they did a pretty good job with,
absolutely,
hopefully, with doing their offensive line this offseason, and I think that should have been their number one project even last year. Like I'm going to go back and say they should never have drafted Roma Odunze. Is he a good player? Yes, but they should have taken some protection, and obviously with Ben Johnson and his success with the Lions and knowing what a good offensive line that can protect your quarterback can do for you, that changes things. That changes the math in many ways for them. So.
I like so what are your expectations for tonight? Jake was on here earlier, Zemlion, I think, in the Discord, and he was like, yeah, hey, I don't think we're hard coded that we have to take an edge defender here. Where are you with that for the Lions in terms of 28, tonight? Certainly they get picks in second round, third round as well. Fourth, I don't think there's going to be edge defender quality there that you can, maybe start and play on day one 30, 35, 40 snaps a game. Where are you with your expectations for tonight and the whole we have to draft an edge defender early? Where are you in that discussion? Because, I track that on social media, even though I don't get to comment on it a whole lot.
I think Brad is very difficult to figure out what he's going to do. And I think if there's anything that we have learned over the past couple of years, we're watching Brad draft, no one has any freaking idea what this guy's going to do. So if we do take an edge, I wouldn't be surprised. If we don't, I'm also not going to be very surprised. I think they're very picky when it comes to players. The value has to be there, but they've also got to be a culture fit. And I think the way they are doing that has brought up steam in a lot of other front offices and say, hey, look at what the Lions are doing. They're bringing in guys and they're being picky about this culture thing, and it's making an impact on the field. So
I think it's a great point. I think that, and I think you can see that a little bit when the defense was so decimated by injuries last year, because you just had, there were games where it wasn't even second string players. It was third string guys.
Yeah.
And when they got on the field, it was complete commitment and dedication to whatever they were supposed to be doing. There was no hesitation. There was no BS. And I think you guys, you personally, but Lions fans deserve to hopefully see this year the other end of that. Let's be completely healthy on both sides of the ball and play and be able to play a little bit more complementary. Although I think Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn and Dan Campbell, I think they had a great plan most games to, hey, we're going to win in this regard. We're going to get some scores offensively, maybe take some chances, be aggressive defensively, and it worked out. Man, they had a great to win as many games as they did last year with that group on defense. I think
Oh
it's
yeah.
Lions fans should remember that for a long time. I know the ending sucked, but to go 15-2 with that group on defense is things like that don't happen in pro sports, in my opinion, where you get down to your third string group of guys and you still are able to win games. So in any case, so another thing, can you reflect a little bit, let's say a minute and a half, on the Jameson Williams journey and what it must have been like to see even tertiary surface level speculation that he could be moving on, because he's a young guy who's climbed the mountain in his career, and to see all the success last year, and then that news to come out in the last 48 hours or maybe 72.
Yeah.
It was a little disheartening for me, man, to be honest with you. I hope it's not true, first of all, but this is a business, and I get it that if they think they can get value that's a little bit more long term, maybe it's something they pursue. Where are you at with that in 90 seconds or 2 minutes?
Well, if we look back, first you have to understand what they're doing. I think with Jameson, you have to kind of look back, and for I think for Dan, it's about, we got to keep our guys. We got to keep our guys, and if they play well, we're going to keep them.
I like
and
that.
For Brad, it's more like, hey, yes, we love our guys, we want to keep them, but hey, this is a business. At the end of the day, we got to pay what we have got to keep a good product on the field. And the last thing we want to do is be putting all these high-priced veterans out there that are maybe not adding their dollars weight to the offense. And I want to be careful when I say that, because I can already hear other Lions fans coming from my throat. But Jameson Williams, to me, is almost a fourth option in the offense. And so can he be more than that? Yes, but he has not been to that point so far. And so if you're looking at it from a talent perspective, heck yeah, he's totally worth, whatever wide receiver 2 at this point is going for. I think we had this discussion. I mean, it's high 20s.
Sorry to interrupt you, Josh. Sorry to interrupt you, Josh. Great pick here, Stewart, for the Bengals. I think that's a great pick for them. Assuming that they're going to have Hendrickson on one side and Stewart on the other. I don't know how they make the salary work with Burrow, Chase, Higgins, and Hendrickson over there, but this is a badass selection for them. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. So it mostly just comes down to, is the value there? And if you're asking me, if I'm in the Lions front office, I don't think the value's there.
The one thing I like about him, Jameson Williams, is he can touch the ball 9 times a game
and
have an impact.
Any one.
Yeah, he can touch the ball 3 times a game and score 2 touchdowns, and that's a unique skill. I loved what they did with him last year, other than the reverse pass interception, terrible decision by Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
Jameson Williams should have been put in that situation, but in any case, I love what he brings to the table. I'm not sure how many of those guys there are in this draft. Jameson Williams, for real. And just from a coach's standpoint, thinking about who I'd have to defend, he would scare me to death, because he doesn't need to touch the ball 6, 8, 10 times a game to have tremendous impact. That's the thing about Jameson Williams that I think is still unique. And we saw a lot of his ability and the impact last year. Let me answer a couple questions here, John Godfrey. First of all, I was a little surprised. I wasn't as big on Kenneth Grant as others, meaning I didn't think that he was a top 10, 12 player in this draft, but certainly the NFL disagreed with me. So, I was wrong there. I didn't think that Grant would be off the board that soon. We're Michigan to have 2 great defensive tackles in Graham and Grant on the interior. I wonder why they didn't get more done in terms of winning games. And Will Johnson, a first-round corner out there. Josiah Stewart, a second/third round outside linebacker. It makes me wonder why they didn't get more done in 2024. We'll see. I didn't think that Grant was a guy that, for my money, as a Ravens fan and a Lions fan, I didn't want either of those teams to take him. I'll just get that out there, and I'm comfortable being wrong. Drinking Royal Terps. Thanks for joining in. Oh yeah, I just smoothly started the stream, man. I wasn't worried about, a face reveal or anything, but it just made sense because I wanted to have guests on tonight and try to have a good time. So in any case, Josh, I asked you a question that was not fair of me about Jameson Williams because I didn't prepare you for that. My apologies. Last thing, can you reflect a little bit on the expectation level now that you're drafting consistently late in the draft? And, to have the draft, the Jahmyr Gibbs, Jack Campbell, Brian Branch, Sam Laporta, that's never going to happen again. And you really don't want it to happen again. You don't want to have 5 of the top 38 or 40 picks, something like that, whatever it was. Can you reflect on the fact that you guys are drafting late consistently, and does that change your expectations for first round guys? As Ravens fans, we're used to drafting late and kind of just hoping someone falls, and that's really it's really the position Detroit Lions fans are in now tonight as well.
I think as we draft late, it's actually good for us. Obviously, you like to be picking early, but I do think we pick well. They do their homework. They follow through on their guys. They pick with conviction. So we could pick earlier, but we're still going to get value no matter where we pick. And whether that's in the first or, Brad Holmes doesn't really do much with he's not really selling out for the later round picks, but even later in the draft, he's just an all-star at it, and sometimes, if you listen to his press conferences, he'll toot his own horn a little bit too much, but I think it's well deserved. He's got a really high hit rate, so I
like his confidence.
I'm not super worried about it.
I like his confidence. I do. I like his confidence in that he's confident not just in himself. I don't think you're wrong with what you said. That Brad Holmes sometimes toots his own horn, but I think he's kind of almost tooting the horn of the whole front office. I don't. Oh, yeah. And you can correct me where I'm wrong here. I don't get the sense that he's only talking about himself when he says we or I, even I. I get the sense from a Brad Holmes that he's a we, not a me guy.
And I might be wrong. If he's in a press conference and he's asked a question like you mentioned earlier about sometimes we had the third string guys in there on defense, and if he's in a press conference, he'll say, "Hey, we had a first round grade. I mean, we had a starter's grade on this guy, and this is a guy they picked up off the street." So I do think they've got a good amount of confidence.
Yeah.
And they pick with conviction and they pick well. And, if you believe in what you're doing and you know what you're doing, and most of the time, I think he's going to get it right. So
now, let me answer a couple questions here, but this is also related to the Lions and what, kind of what you talked about. James Pierce still out there on the board, which I think is, that was expected. Mike Green, right? To my knowledge, still out there. Two, and this is related to a question that Kyle asked. Anyone falling that you're excited about for the Ravens? I mean, from a talent standpoint, Mike Green, that's a guy with tremendous ability, the best pass rusher in this draft by far. Probably falling because of accusations that are outside of my purview or my understanding or awareness or even caring. Really, because I can't impact it at all. Just hope that wherever he goes, they've done their homework. From a talent standpoint, he's the guy that's out there right now that I think is going to be a super football player. For somebody in the NFL, super strong. And what a great pick! Is this Zabel? Yeah, Walter just put it in there. What a great pick for the Seahawks. A guy that can play tackle or guard, but played tackle. In college. Fantastic pick, if you ask me.
Oh yeah, I was kind of hoping he would fall to us as well, but you can't have them all, I guess, right? But yeah, very, very great pick for the Seahawks, and they're finally addressing their guard spot after
Yeah, that
what
offensive
seems
line
like
was.
4 or 5 years of needing it.
I mean, that offensive line. It was.
So,
I made an effort last year to watch. I made an effort last year to watch as many Seahawks games as I could, and that offensive line was difficult to watch. They went to New York and won on the road. I think week 6, but I have my weeks probably incorrect there. And I was that offensive line. I was horrified for Geno Smith. They're going to have to be better this year in Kubiak's system, and I think they will. Relying on the under center run game and then under center play action. Let me address a couple of other comments. So Lion Eyes Wingnut. Yeah, I decided to, show my camera because I thought other people were going to as well during this draft. Or during this, live stream. So I wanted to make sure that it was balanced in that way. I don't know if I'll do so. I don't know if I'll do so in every video. I know, except for you. I don't know if I'll do that in every video, to be honest with you. This StreamYard application makes it really easy. I attempted to do it in 2 other applications, and it became pretty challenging to try to get it all coordinated. I guess the last thing, where are you at with the Lions' interior offensive line needs, or do you think they have any? Zeitler's gone. I think there was a little more issues there at left guard last year than a lot of other people described. Where and when do you think they need or should address the offensive line in this draft?
I think they did kind of answer us, because Brad was asked about, or one of the two was asked about Graham Glasgow, and kind of had taken a step back, and as they always do, they defend the player, but this time they defended him, said, hey, he's great as a backup. So what does that mean? I don't know. But that's kind of what I was hoping for Zabel there. Zabel would have been nice. I do think they'll address it. Something else was also mentioned about moving Manu to guard, which I don't know about any of that. And obviously we won't know until training camp. But I do think they'll at least get some depth here, if not kind of the first thing they address. And that's to be understood as one of the things that they're going to continue to do is continue to keep the offensive line up and running each draft. So, and if you're asking me, that's been the engine of the turnaround here is the offensive line. So they're going to keep that addressed as much as they can.
And I think first of all, there's significant talent still out there from an offensive line standpoint. In my opinion, I think there's more depth on the offensive line in this draft than people want to present. Membow and Will Campbell went early. The tackles, super athletic. Banks went about in the right place that I would say that he should go. Can you hear me okay, Josh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sorry, my browser went out a little
bit.
Right. And then, we haven't seen an offensive lineman until Zabel was just taken by the Seahawks. And I think the Seahawks are in a great position to improve in this draft. They got 18, Zabel, they just selected, 50 and 52, and then 82 and 92, 5 of the top 92 picks. Them and the Bears are the teams that I think are in position to really improve their rosters the most. Chicago gets pick 39 and 41, essentially back-to-back tomorrow. I think the offensive line is something that the Lions should address. And a guy like Zabel would have been perfect. I agree with you. Because he could play guard day one. He could play tackle. It seems like every year Taylor Decker is dealing with some type of injury. Then that's just the nature of the beast, being an offensive lineman, especially someone like him. I mean, he mixes it up. He gets involved in everything. And it seems like it's oftentimes lower body with Decker, like he gets rolled on or something. I think a guard/tackle looks like a great option for the Lions. It wouldn't surprise me if Detroit traded back from 28. I know Lions fans don't want to hear that. Essentially, to then draft a guy like a Donovan Jackson and work on your edge defender DNs, a little bit later in round 2 or early round 3. And I know that's not the plan. That's not the way that it's planned out right now. But I could totally see that happening, to be honest with you. Will
Just
Johnson
really
still on
quick.
the board. Yeah, go ahead. You got time.
when
I got
when they're when if even if they don't pick an edge, it's like I'm fairly certain that we're going to have contingency plans. We're not going to roll into it like we did last year with not much else and just hope everyone stays healthy. So
Agreed.
I do think they're keeping Zadarius Smith on the line. And maybe that's the Lions fan in me that's hoping he's coming back. But also, they did say, it's kind of up to his agent to let us know what changes. So it's possible they gave him a number. He said, "Hey, that's not enough to keep me around here," but he's still around, just not on the roster yet. So it's possible that's a pre-training camp or even a post-training camp signing as well. So even if they don't go edge here, I think we're in good hands. And especially if Aiden is back and healthy, I don't think people realize how good he actually is.
No, not good. He was great. He was top 5 player in the league, period, for the time that he was playing football last year. What he was doing from a disruption standpoint. Now I know there'll be people who say, well, he was going against a backup tackle every week. First of all, it's not true. Second of all, those players were starting tackles in the NFL. So we have to give him credit for those statistics. He was rolling up quarterback hits, quarterback pressures, wins from a pass rush win standpoint, with alarming regularity and consistency. If Hutchinson could come back 90 to 95% of what he was doing last year, that'll be amazing for the Lions. But he does need a running mate for real. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know that Josiah Stewart is gonna fit the bill from a 35 to 40 snaps a game standpoint. And I really like Josiah Stewart. I think he plays 1,000. I love the pick of Egbuka. To be honest with you, he's one of the guys that I said earlier tonight. I think to Jake, I felt guilty how much fun I had watching film of Egbuka. Will Johnson still being on the board as we get to 20 here is a little interesting to see how far he falls. These players, once they get to the 20, 21 range, then I start looking at the rosters of the other teams and saying, okay, do the Packers need a corner? Do the Texans? And we may take him, which will be open. That'll open us up to criticism because the 40 not being run, but that's one of the best football players in the country for 2 years in a row. I think there's significant talent here. Last thing for you, Josh, maybe. I don't know how much film study you did. I know I made a lot available in the Discord and on Google Drive. Did you get the sense that this draft was deeper? Let me rephrase that. At what point in time do you think you started to maybe realize this draft was deeper than presented? Because the initial presentation of this draft upon the completion of the NFL season when the Eagles won the Super Bowl was that it's thin. And I don't have that opinion at all at this point personally. And I hope you don't. Well,
I mean, I think a lot of what we think of as player evaluation, it's a lot of it is the situation that they're going to, right? And so if the situation fits well and they have got the right coaching staff in place, like some of the guys that the Lions drafted early, as far as cornerbacks, I don't know how long they're in the league, and even undrafted free agent Jerry Jacobs. We all love Jerry Jacobs here, but the talent wasn't there. But because of the situation he went to, it worked out for him in a good way. So, as far as the talent evaluation, I think we are like without knowing where these guys are going. And having that foresight, and it's just hard to know. I do think there's a lot more talent here than, like you said, previously presented. But a lot of that I think is gonna just depend on where do these guys
situation.
Stand,
great point.
And coaches and philosophy and all that.
Totally great point. And the way that it was described to me by a couple of people earlier today was, maybe this draft doesn't have 20 or 25 1A players, but maybe it's got more 1B or 2A or 2Bs than normal. So in a typical normal distribution of a graph, maybe it's a little bit more skewed towards the B plus grades scale to A minus, as opposed to a higher level of A plus guys. I think it's a deeper draft. I want to address one thing, and I will give a shout out to. I had some notes here prepared for this one. So the RAS guy, I think it's Kent LaPlatte, but I may have the last name wrong there.
Yeah.
His post that was shared in our Discord was fantastic about the depth, how many players he had scouted to a high degree or high evaluation, and that he literally said, haven't seen anything like this draft before. I don't know, if it's still related to COVID, to the pandemic, and to NIL. Maybe on it, NIL's got something to do with it. Players possibly staying longer. I don't know whether that's a fact or not. Could it be a factor? Sure. But I do think this is a very deep draft. In my own personal experience evaluating film constantly, every new game that I would pull up, I would find myself thinking, okay, stop. Who is this defensive end over here?
Right.
And let me go. I was trying to save plays of a wide receiver, and I start saving plays of a wide receiver and a defensive end on the other team, and then a defensive tackle on the other team. I'm like, and then what should be a 15-minute process of cutting up or editing a game becomes a 25-minute process because I've cut so many players up. Essentially, I couldn't watch one player in any given game because there was always 5 or 6 guys standing out that I thought, wow, that's a great play. And I have to admit, the SEC was a huge part of it. The SEC, those guys battle each other and force each other to get better. Every season or every single game or week. And I think it's a tremendously deep draft. And I think it'll probably take 2 to 3 years for accurate evaluation of it. But this one, from a depth standpoint, reminds me of the really deep draft, I guess, the year after the COVID season, I think, is the one that was incredible in terms of 1A players, 1B, 2A, and 2B. I think this one's probably less in the 1A section or A plus group, but still one that was, really, really impressive to me.
Yeah. I'm really excited to see what we come away with, and some have mentioned trading back or Jahad Campbell. Jahad Campbell would be awesome if we got him. In my personal opinion, I think we pass on Will Johnson. I don't think he fits what we want, but just because he's don't get me wrong, he's a really, really great corner. But Coach, maybe you can share. I thought he was more of a zone type corner, and if
Will Johnson?
and if our if Shepard decides to stick around, I wonder if they're going to stay man heavy.
I think he's really good in zone. I think he's really good in everything. I think that a lot of people, myself included, it would be easy to say, oh, he doesn't have a super 40 time because he didn't run the 40. Right. So, we don't think he's a great man corner. There's times where I've seen him get beat, but it ain't much.
Right.
I really like Will Johnson. If we had stopped evaluating Will Johnson after the 2024 season, he would have been the number 1 corner on my board.
Probably, yeah.
So he reminds me of Derek Stingley from the standpoint of his final year in college. The film wasn't the same. It almost looked like he was playing this year. I said it in 4th gear. I would be happy as I could be if the Ravens got him. Having said that, I'm not sure that the Ravens really want to go corner in round 1, but we may be forced to if a player like, Will Johnson is there. That whole turn, man, that 27-28 turn is going to be very difficult for me to watch because I'm going to be super excited about whatever the Ravens pick, hopefully. And then immediately thereafter is like the Lions pick. I've never stayed in a movie theater after a great movie and watched another great movie immediately. Right. So, I don't know exactly what comparison, what analogy I could put out there, but I hope that's what happens here in about, 20 minutes or maybe less. We gotta watch the Steelers pick here. I am going to have another guest here join in about 5 minutes. Josh, last thing. So, are you involved in any other discords for the Lions? Because I will tell you that what I've experienced so far from Lions fans, Ravens fans too, that should be totally, I shouldn't even need to describe that, but what I've experienced from Lions fans so far since I decided to do Lions videos and games late in the season 2022 is just spectacular. Like so much positivity, comments on my videos, people joining my Patreon.
For however long, we didn't have anything positive to be happy about. So,
2022 was where that switch was made. 2022, whatever, was it 3-6 or 2-6? No, 1-6, 1-6, right? Somewhere in there, things changed,
1,
drastically.
6, and 1. Yep.
I mean, how different would things be if they didn't absolutely drop, everything and play horribly against the Carolina Panthers that year? Basically, they should have beaten the Panthers late in 2022, and things could be totally different. Could have been drafted in a different position. Would have been in the playoffs. Things could have been worse for having a better record in 2020. But I remember that game. It was very disappointing for me. I was like, man, come on. I want to see the Lions make the playoffs.
Yeah. I mean, but looking back, like you said, things would have been drastically different. And I think we need these things to keep us honest with ourselves about where we actually are. Right. And so it's a popular stat. Lions have never lost 2 games in a row. Not since we started winning. So, I mean, it's been really cool to see. And I think we need that reset every once in a while to prevent games like Washington, so,
crazy.
We'll see, man. I'm so excited for this, Brad and Dan, and, it just brings another aspect to life, to be able to watch the Lions and be able to enjoy it. So,
yeah, I think the Steelers have already made old Walter's got it here. Walter's all over it.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. I mean, you're talking about. Wow. Josh, it looks like I only have 4 slots here, so I'm going to bring in another guest here in a moment. So I got to drop you, but really,
Yes,
first of all, thank you for joining.
Thanks for having me.
The positivity, maturity in the Discord, and just, helping the discussions always stay focused on, some type of positive outcome.
Well,
I thank you.
After that playoff loss, I was really mad after that.
We were all, hey, buddy. The Ravens and the Lions lost that weekend, so
yeah.
I had a double dose of that. So,
Yeah,
in any case, man, I appreciate it, and I'll see you guys in the Discord. I'm sure.
We appreciate you, man. You doing all this content for us has been absolutely amazing, and just having someone that cared and saw it happening before it was cool it's really awesome to see, and we're really thankful for you, and
thank you.
Really cool.
Thanksgiving.
Thanks for having me.
Thanksgiving 2022 is pretty much the day that I was like, okay, I'm going to start doing line stuff. That loss to the Bills, that sealed it for me. But man, thank you for that. I really appreciate it, Josh.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Have a good one, man.
Later.
Hey, Matt, how's it going, man?
Hey, Coach. Going pretty well. How about you?
Good, man. Thank you for joining in. I'm struggling a little bit with the technology here, trying to keep up with the speed of what's happening with the draft.
What a night!
Crazy, man. Steelers, did they really draft Sanders? That's what I've got here, but I don't know if that's true or not.
NFL.com says Derek Harmon.
Okay. Woo. Well, that was going to be interesting if they did go quarterback. That would kind of make sense for them, but hey, this is on brand with the Steelers. Just, good football player. We got to admit, as Ravens fans, those guys, they gather as many good football players as they can in the building, and it's a pain in the butt to play them. Harmon's going to fit right in, if you ask me.
It's interesting. The entire AFC North has gone D tackle.
Ah, great point. Wow. I wouldn't have picked up on that, but that's absolutely a great point. Chargers up next, right?
I think so. Yep, on the clock.
So first of all, Matt, thank you for joining in. This is my first time trying to do a draft stream. Definitely some swings and misses here from the standpoint of my preparation. What would be your best case scenario just for tonight for the Ravens? We're getting close to that time anyway, so I'm putting you on the spot here from the standpoint of how much time you've got to react to what's happening. What's your best case scenario for the Ravens outcome here in the next 15, 20 minutes?
That one's tough. I still am a fan at this point of trading back. Trade back with Kansas City, pick up the 31st overall pick, and maybe a third rounder.
Mm-hmm.
But it's looking like impact players are going to fall. I mean, on edge, we still have Mike Green, James Pierce Jr.
You mean someone we can't pass on is basically what you're saying.
Exactly. And Josh Simmons could realistically be the pick if he falls.
From a talent standpoint and what's on the film, I don't know how you pass on Mike Green.
Right.
I don't know how you pass on Josh Simmons. I just those are two guys. I don't know who you pass on. There's so many. It's a deeper draft than people have presented. I've said it multiple times. There's probably not people who've sat and listened to, my whole stream, but I've said it now. This is the third time. This is a ridiculously deep draft, and I think others have finally come around to that decision. Kent LaPlatte from RES is the guy whose quote whose post I quoted, excuse me, about that. Along those lines, I do want to give you an opportunity to mention the work that you had kind of done as far as I think you would call it a predictive model. Is that what you call it?
Right. It's kind of funny. My model, I started off just wanting to collect the news, the trade rumors. I spend so much time online looking at them anyway. I figured, why not use something like ChatGPT to aggregate this data for me and work smarter, not harder. My end goal was to create a mock draft that was AI generated. But there's so much data that goes into the draft, and there's so many unpredictable scenarios that mock changed so much and ultimately fell apart after the Cleveland Browns trade at pick 2.
Okay, I see. So you mean it fell apart early? So I would both agree and disagree there. I think you've encountered just another problem to solve, to give the AI or to give the generative model or predictive model, give it something to consider. Again, I always think of it like branches on a tree. Okay, we've now branched off in another direction, so let's just use the predictive model to branch off for that. You can't quote predict that. I still think that it's a useful tool, even though from what you're describing, it didn't branch off in the direction of reality. I still would like to hear what was out there for the Ravens from a percentage standpoint, if you'd like to offer it, and what players were possibly slotted to be there available at 27, if you'd like to forward that.
Definitely. So I think the biggest stretch was Mykel Williams. For some reason, the model just loved placing Williams with the Ravens. They identify him as someone who plays like a Raven, like he would be the pick that they'd even consider trading up for. But otherwise, let me see. Josh Simmons is number 1. Tyler Booker was number 2. Then Donovan Jackson, Shamar Stewart. Down the list, it's Malachi Starks, Nick Manawari. An interesting, then it went Walter Nolan, and then Derek Harmon. So a number of those players are already off the board.
Right. So you feel, if we want to be, looks like my browser locked up again. Can you still hear me okay, Matt?
Yeah, it's clear.
All right, good. So hopefully it unfreezes before you leave. Do you still feel like the picks were in the range? And then second follow-up to that, do you think the picks were in the right range, a tight enough range that you think the model is is worthy of the time. It sounded like you had time to dedicate to it, right?
I did. So, long story short, I spent at least 5 to 6 hours on it this week, where ChatGPT has voice input. So you can just pretty quickly say into it what you want it to analyze. It can go run that search. You give it feedback. Yes, no, this was good, this was bad, and keep giving it context. If you just say to it, I want a full mock of round 1 of the NFL draft, it's going to lock up because there's too many variables. But you start feeding it more and more context. And in the Ravens case, telling it team-specific tendencies, it actually went out. Let me find my Ravens-specific tendencies.
Right, the percentages. I think you quoted them in the Discord.
I did. It was the trade probabilities were really interesting, but in this model, I aggregated team-specific tendencies around the Ravens from 2018 on. So when Eric DeCosta took over drafting, threw in some example trades, Roquan Smith, Orlando Brown Jr., Hollywood Brown, and had it begin ranking players and possible trade scenarios, cross-reference it with when they pick and how high or low they'd be willing to trade, and started just kept playing around with it, kept getting interesting results. I think the most likely is still Simmons at this point. But if Starks and Amanawari are there,
Who do you pick?
Tough.
Who would you pick of those two? Or do you want me to tell you who I'd pick first?
I'm not as high on either one of them as I am on Watts. I'll be honest.
Starks, to me, is a better cover guy than Amanawari. From a man standpoint on third down, when you know it's man, I'm going to line up on the line of scrimmage, play press man. I use press man in quotes now because nobody, they don't want you to play press man, first of all, but he can against good athletes. I've seen him play man quite well. I've seen him play zone coverage, what I think perceived to be better than Amanawari, but I've seen inconsistencies with Starks, to be honest with you. If I don't do grades, I really don't. If I was to do grades for Starks and Amanawari, I would have both of them late first round to early second round guys, but I don't really believe in grades. I just don't, for me personally. Other people do it, that's fine. I'm not going to criticize them. Josh said it great a moment ago, the previous guest. He said it depends on where they end up and what they're expected to do. And so if you're going to bring Starks in and you're going to play him at nickel and you're going to expect him to tackle, expect him to be physical against the run, he's not going to be able to do that well, at least based on the film that I've seen from Georgia. From a coverage standpoint, is he a nickel guy and a really solid nickel defender? Absolutely. Is he smart? Yes. I don't know what Amanawari is for real in the NFL. He played boundary side safety for them in college, and there was just a lot of plays where I saw a lot of space afforded to receivers and tight ends into the boundary. I didn't immediately see a guy, to me, that I saw he's a top 15, top 18 pick. That's just what I saw. Sounds like that's kind of lining up with what you saw too.
It definitely is. He's a tough guy to place. I mean, the talent is there, the measurables are there, but I don't want to knock his football IQ because it's a tough thing to measure. But when I watch his film, he doesn't jump out at me as much of a difference maker as what you'd want with a first round pick, especially at a non-premium position.
Yeah, and I didn't think, and I'm not someone that watches college film during the season. So, I'm months behind. Maybe other people have pointed this out. I didn't think South Carolina's defense was as tightly coordinated as other defenses in the SEC. Basically, I saw guys lining up late. I saw more blown coverages on their defense than I saw on any other high-level SEC team, and I saw more guys misaligned. And so for me, I wasn't as impressed with the overall construction and coordination of their defense, even though hey, the talent on that defense was, considerable, obviously. Wari, multiple other, high-level NFL picks for this year, and then you've got a freshman, ridiculous athlete. I think it's Stewart, who's from Washington, D.C. So Hampton to the Chargers.
Who expected that?
Well, this certainly helps the Ravens and the Lions have a wider net of possibilities. We're just down to, was it pick 23 coming up for the Packers? There's just going to be a significant amount of talent on the board for the Ravens and the Lions to pick. Next up is the Packers, right?
That's right. One of the things that I kept putting in the model was realistic trade scenarios for round one. And the AI model was convinced that there would be at least 3 trades in round one. It didn't think that it actually thought it would start with the Steelers trading up to pick 8 to grab a quarterback. I
remember you said that. Yeah,
it thought Sanders would be gone by now. But you got to think the Lions or the Bills could leapfrog the Ravens at this point. Maybe
absolutely
a trade with the Vikings or the Rams.
Because the Vikings only have 4 picks. So the Vikings only have 4 picks in this entire draft, first of all. So they could certainly be trying to recoup a pick. I've actually considered it another way, Matt. I think will be a corollary to what you just described. Because the Lions have such a distinct need at defensive end, it's possible that a team trades up in front of them to take an aforementioned D end that this third team, not Ravens or Lions, thinks, okay, the Ravens might take that guy or Detroit may take him. So let's jump in front of the Lions and trade with the Ravens. I think anything's possible. Let me ask you this about the predictive model, because I'm super interested in that. I know we're getting close to the Ravens and the Lions, but we've got a couple of teams here that I think from a conference standpoint are interesting to both of us. First of all, the Vikings, and then the Rams for Lions fans, and then the Texans for Ravens fans. Being in the AFC and someone that we know, really, really well, having played against C.J. Stroud multiple times already. How far out, Matt, do you think the predictive model is effective? Let's start here. For you personally, how far out could you start doing the predictive model 2 months ago? Could you start doing it 3 weeks ago? It sounds like most of your work was done on it recently. If that's accurate, how does that fit for you? How far out do you think it could be helpful to you or really anyone else like myself or who's interested in the draft?
I think of it kind of how the offseason goes, where there are certain milestones to hit. So before the combine, there would be certain value in aggregating the news, aggregating some rumors. I think immediately after the combine would be interesting. As soon as free agency starts, that would be a great time to look at it and aggregate some of the rumors on Twitter, look at beat reporters. That was where I started. Was I just wanted to, instead of having to go to Jeff Z, instead of having to bounce between all these different tabs, I just want one place where I could synthesize all of these rumors, all of these mock drafts that I was seeing, all these player ratings. And that's really how I started building this model out. So most effective, I would say, start work on it a week before round one, and then over that week, start incorporating the mock drafts you start seeing. Look at team by team tendencies. That was a big one that took some time to do, and just approving, rejecting different messaging that gives you. One of the problems with ChatGPT are hallucinations, and that's with any AI model. But
can you explain what you mean? I think I know, but can you explain what you mean?
Yeah, definitely. It basically can feed you either wrong data or its best guess, and you have to be the one to correct it and say that isn't the right answer. When you do that, it learns from it, and it will give you a more accurate answer next time with more accurate data. But this is actually an issue I ran into while building the round one model, because at first it would keep slotting in players who went in the 2024 draft. At other times, it would get the pick order wrong. And so I had to be very specific about these teams pick in this order. These are the players that are available in the 2025 draft, and do not and exclude any players that have been selected in previous years.
Interesting. I wonder why, like with as many inputs from a language perspective, typing, but you said it's, it also has speech to text capability. I didn't know that, first of all. I wonder why it wouldn't be more accurate or exclusionary of players who've already been drafted. But certainly no human like yourself or me is saying, hey, where do you think Aiden Hutchinson is going to be drafted in the 2025 draft? Of course, he's already been on the Lions for years. My point is, I wonder why the AI model would do that. I'm interested in those things. I wish I had more time to have some knowledge of it. You clearly have more than I do. What would be besides that, what would be your best case scenario for something like that model? Would it be to, at some point, not you, but anyone, to be able to say, hey, this model that was done 3 days before the draft predicted players' locations plus or minus one slot. Player picked at 19, let's give them credit for 20 and 18 as well. What would be your best case scenario for something like that from a predictive standpoint? 70% accuracy, 88% accuracy? How do you evaluate something like that, whether you determine it to be a success or not? I don't look at it like that. I think it's just pure fun, but also, instructive. So where would you be on that in terms of success or best case scenario?
Man, if I could at least get it up to a coin toss, 50-50, I would be happy. I think.
You mean the exact spot or plus or minus one spot? Because I would say that if it's plus or minus one spot, then I'm going to give it credit for a hit there. Would you say it still should be a miss?
I'd say it should be a hit. I think what would be really interesting is understanding how well it predicts the order by position, as in, will it accurately predict that Walter Nolan is going to be, say, the third DT off the board?
Got it. Okay, and I'm comfortable with the word accurately being used there. That doesn't it doesn't bother me. I know some people would say, "What's accurate?" What's accurate? It didn't go to the right team. He didn't go to the right place. But for what you just described, if I understand it correctly, he was the third defensive tackle taken, which is what the predictive model said. So we would call that, quote, accurate or a success. Is that the way you're putting it out there right now?
Exactly.
I like that. I can't, I'm not certainly not an expert on it. I do use, AI models. I use it in a professional setting as a professional tutor. Basically, we're working on this trigonometry problem or this algebra 2 problem, and then I input the problem and say, can you give me 5 other problems that are scaffolded in difficulty that are of a similar nature and use similar concepts? And now, boom, I don't need to pay money for a monthly access to something. I have problems spit back out to me that I can use with my students, and they don't have to pay money either to get someone to provide them with problems. So I'm all for it. I think it's great, to be honest with you, just even the attempt to do so. And if we haven't done a good job here, those of you that are listening, in presenting the information, what Matt gave in the Discord was fantastic. It was maybe better than I have tried to describe it. Would you be willing to share any of it on social media? Maybe not now, but next year?
Oh, definitely. I think this is something I'm going to keep playing around with, especially once the season starts. I'm going to be really curious what predictions I can make on a game-by-game or even player-by-player basis. Because obviously it can't analyze game film, but it can read the analysis that different professionals make. Give you an easy example, the James Ogden draft guide. That was something I uploaded into the conversation so that it could reference those different points.
It's not even great work. I mean, it's like, I think what he does is damn near like doctorate level type of work. Because when you read his draft guide, there's references to and linkage to other players drafted in the past for the Ravens, not just at the same position, wide receiver, but in the same area of the draft. He'll reference, hey, we drafted a wide receiver late third round in 2019. That didn't work out. Eric DeCosta was a part of that front office, and so like the depth that he goes to in that draft guide, I'm jealous because what I was able to produce, which you guys kind of see on screen a little bit here, didn't approach anything like that. So I think it's great, man. Now, how would you could you use back mapping at all for that? Meaning, could you feed it previous drafts, 2024, 2023, and have it evaluate them at all to use in some type of way? I don't know much about AI models. Obviously, you know a whole lot more about it than I do. But how could you use previous drafts with the same GM in charge of an organization to kind of help in that way, or would that not help at all?
No, that's a great idea. So I did that with the Ravens specifically. I just didn't have time to do it with all 32 teams. So I'm passionate about the Ravens. I focused there, and I can give you some of the highlights. One of them
Absolutely.
that stood out was moderate. It summed up by saying moderate pick volume and limited round one usage, as in we've averaged 9 selections per draft from 2018 to 2024. And the only time we've traded up is for Lamar. It's one of the few predictions that I thought was so funny. It gave a 0% chance that the Ravens would trade up in this draft.
Wow. I mean, I can't say that in a draft like this that looks like trade back opportunities are plentiful. Why would we be trading up? So I think from that standpoint, high five to the AI model. You said Chat GPT for recognizing what we all, I think, do as well. But who knows? Who knows how it happens? There certainly doesn't look like there's any need with. Look, I think that the depth of this draft will be revealed over time. Like I said earlier, the next 2 or 3 years, we're picking at 27, and in my opinion, the quality of talent that's out there is going to be in the 15 to 17 range for what we're getting. Maybe that's an overstatement. I think the same thing applies to the Lions. I think the talent is just great talent that's out there. I think it's maybe better coached than it was in 10, 15, 20 years ago. Maybe it's more game ready from the style of play. I don't know. But I think there's significant talent out there, and we've got a great opportunity to improve the roster, offense or defense. I love the AI model stuff. I wish that I had maybe engaged with you a little bit sooner on it, and maybe my questions would have been better to you, because I'm sure that the questions I was asking are kind of rudimentary or surface level. Is there anything that I didn't cover or prompt you on that you'd like to kind of put out there
I think,
from the AI modeling or the predictive stuff that you tried to engage?
I think rudimentary is actually a good area for us to focus, because I don't want our audience to have to be experts in AI modeling to understand the takeaways. The reality is the best way to start with AI is to think of it use it like Google at first, and then start getting a little more specific, start asking it to help you with your prompts, and it'll become more sophisticated as you become more familiar with it. I think the concise summary of the Ravens draft tendencies are not surprising to anyone in the Discord.
Can you explain on that a little bit? I think I know exactly what you mean. Can you expand upon that a little bit? You're talking about the AI summarizing collection of Ravens drafts over the years in a particular way.
Correct. So 2018 onward, looking at the picks made, looking at the positions themselves. So when we take interior O-line, when we take D tackles, things like that. Summarizing with different rumors that are out there, what different analysts, specifically beat reporters, it can lean heavily towards beat reporters for some of it. It gave a few bullet points like limited round one usage. We're more willing to trade out of round one versus trade up. It calls us trade down specialists. We are well known for sliding back to accumulate mid-round capital. perennial focus on trenches and safety. I don't think that's a surprise. It lists out the players too.
Now, the descriptions that you're reading, are they from one search query or however you want to call it, or are they? It sounds like to me they're probably from multiple, right?
Right. So
That's what I thought.
it kind of began by saying, look at each draft class for the Baltimore Ravens from 2018 to 2024, and as well as reviewing, and I gave it things like PFF to reference, ESPN, NFL.com, so it knew which analysts to weight a little more heavily than some of the smaller sites. And it just kept talking to it. So that was one of the nice things about it with the voice to text. You can just literally keep talking to it, hit send, talk to it some more, hit send, and just get your query more and more specific with more and more context built around it.
Now, last thing, how willing would you be or available, because I don't know your availability, to discuss something like that, like, more in depth, not just next year, but maybe if you feel like you've made progress on it, in the off season. I mean, it's tougher during the season, clearly, and I don't think people want to hear draft stuff. Well, certain teams do. Thankfully, neither the Ravens or the Lions are teams that are thinking about the draft during the season. But how willing would you be to share some of that stuff with, either graphics or screenshots or whatever, outside of just the Ravens Discord? Basically either on your social media or my social media or whatever.
Yeah, I'd be happy to dig into it, put together some visuals to kind of summarize everything up, paint a more clear picture. I mean, it's a lot of fun playing around with it. For my work, I work in tech. I work in tech leading sales teams here in Austin. And so I've had to get really familiar with AI modeling over the last year. And to me, it's just about time that I put it to work for one of my passions rather than just my job.
Got it. I mean, it's another example for me. You didn't do this obviously for any reason related to me, but it's another example for me of how the Discord has, and the number of people, but not just the number of people. It's like 84 now, but the quality of interaction has helped me, through content creation or just awareness. I would have guessed that people were doing things like you're describing, but the way you presented it in the Discord and described it here and put it out here, on the stream, gives an indication of the seriousness of what goes on in our Ravens Discord and the Lions Discord for that matter. So it, A, thank you for joining the stream, but B, for the willingness to share it in the Discord. I don't know what other Discords are like. I don't have time like that, but I only can reflect, and I've done this. This will be now the third time tonight. Thank people for the way that they've interacted and shared material in the Discord, because it makes me better as a content creator, and it helps me generate ideas. I don't think I'll be able to take this idea and branch it off in another direction. I don't have those skills. But I would certainly be willing to, if you found something that you thought was worthy, to help you share it, through my social media or whatever, because I think it's really cool stuff.
Definitely. One thing I'm going to do with the model I've built out so far is start aggregating the reactions and the analysis of the picks that have been made and see if it can do anything predictive for round 2. I think round 1's probably the hardest round to, I think they're all hard to predict, but round 1 at least gives us some data on how teams are thinking and what their next need is likely to be.
Yeah. I think the whole process is fun. Now, the final question, and you can feel free to give a 1-minute answer or you can feel free to give a 5-minute answer. It's up to you. How much of this do you think NFL front offices are doing?
That's a great question. I think over the next year or two, we're going to get some real feedback on use cases in NFL offices. I think of the Ravens themselves, they relatively early on, they put a heavy focus on bringing in analytics personnel. This is really just an evolution of that process. I could see those, and I don't see them hiring necessarily a full team for this, but you take those analytics personnel that you have and you have them start inputting data. To give you an example, real world example, I said I lead a sales team. Earlier this year, I just had the idea I want to do a trend analysis. So I took the transcripts of every call we made for a month and I consolidated them into a doc and dropped them into Chat GPT, and it just ran an analysis pulling out common themes, common words that were used. And I could definitely see a front office doing something like that with player data.
Okay.
Create basically a predictive model where it's like we drop in their combine scores, we drop in their
RAS score, for example, instead of having 12 columns, you'd have one, the RAS, right?
Right. You just drop in everything you have on this guy and see what it spits out. What insights can it give you? How accurate it is, that comes back to me, that comes back to the tape, because ball don't lie.
Yeah. I was going to say that, and probably when you get alignment of those things, if it's 2 points of attack, film, analytics, character too, we know, but and then this, whatever this would be called, I think this endeavor that you're describing will be a mixture of at least 2 or 3 of those themes. Anytime you get alignment of those things, you run the pickup, right?
Right.
This is really cool. I'm probably a little bit over my head as far as some of the discussion of some of it. But now, first of all, I appreciate you sharing it in the Discord the way that you did. And then, quickly, I invited you to come on tonight, impromptu, and really carry the weight of this segment because, like I said, I'm in over my head as far as that tech stuff. So, thank you for that. I'm going to bring on a couple of more Ravens guests as we get closer. What's one position that you'd like to see the Ravens upgrade? Not from anything predictive, but you personally, what's one position you'd like to see the Ravens upgrade in 1 minute?
I'm still a huge fan of the thought of trading for Thibodeau. That would really be the icing on the cake for me. But it looks like we're going to stay put at 27. It's hard to pass up on either a cornerback or an edge player.
Yeah, just so much talent there, right?
Right. That's just the reality of it. And because you can get a premium safety in round 2, whether it's Watts, Emanwari, Starks, someone's going to be available.
Yeah, the fall off, I think you kind of mentioned Watts earlier. The fall off for safety doesn't seem to be as steep as maybe some of those other positions. I like that answer. Mine is offensive line. But I didn't do a live stream tonight for all of my opinions. I did it to gather opinions from multiple people. And maybe that's not why people tune into my channel. Maybe they do tune in to hear me talk for three and a half hours. I'm not a huge fan of the Giants trade here, but I understand why they've done it. It probably takes out, the Ravens trading for Thibodeau. But maybe the Giants try to recoup picks by trading away Thibodeau and gathering some. They just gave away 34. I think their third and a third next year. Wow. The Texans are full of talent, number one. Number two, they've got a lot more picks coming in here. I'm gonna grab another guest here, Matt. I can't thank you enough for coming on and providing some of the information. I'd love to do it again next year's draft. If I can sign you up for whatever time slot works for you, we're going to get you on the list.
Happy to do it. And I will get you some of that content from the AI model so you can share it out.
Yeah, I will. Absolutely. And I'll try to do a good job of not butchering it too much in whatever I explain.
Sounds good, Coach. Thanks so much.
All right, Matt. Thanks. Appreciate it, man. Stacy, what's going on, man?
Yeah, how you doing, man?
Well, it's been a long night, but it's been a fun one. I've really struggled to keep up, Stacy. Here, I'm probably going to need a second set of hands to to help me out with, keeping on pace.
Okay, so what just happened was it's went crazy since the last 5 minutes. It's went crazy. Like, so the Giants traded up, all right,
Yep.
and they actually traded up and giving up what I would have wanted to take from the 34th pick and a couple other picks to go with it and
Yep.
everything to dark. Right after that, the Falcons trade up with the Rams, and the board says, I don't know who it's going to be, but I'm presuming it's Campbell. I'm assuming it is Jahad Campbell.
Yeah, I mean, that would make sense, right? You want to upgrade their defense. They've been a soft defense as far as taking on blocks, running, getting after the football. For my money, based on what I've seen in the last couple of years, I think that'd be a great pick for them. You know what I think. I don't, but you know him better than I do. I don't think he's an edge defender in the NFL. I think he's an inside linebacker who could be moved up there to play at some point. You tell me what you think.
You play him at wheel linebacker. And you let him wreck. They already got their edge, okay, with Walker. You let him play at wheel linebacker and you wreck shop with him.
So you're telling me they come out of this with Walker and Campbell? Wow.
Hey, I'll be shocked if that's not the case. But it's the Falcons, though. The Falcons do crazy stuff all the time, and this fixes so many problems. So they gave up the 20 for the 26th pick, 26th and third. They got the 101st pick. They gave up a second rounder, the second round, and their first for next year. Are you kidding me, Falcons? You just gave up your first for next year? Wow.
So you've already got Jalen Walker. And I mean, hey, if you get another Alabama or Georgia guy,
give your quarterback of your defense.
You've upgraded the deep. Now Walter is saying that Ravens are already on the clock, and they've taken James Pierce. I can't argue with James Pierce. Super talented. Can't argue there at all. Because that means Jalen Walker is playing inside linebacker to the boundary. He's playing will linebacker is basically what this turns into.
Right. Who Pierce is?
I mean, Pierce be an OLB pass rusher, yeah.
The Falcons just took Pierce.
Yeah. That's a good pick.
That's weird. It's a good pick for them, but it's kind of weird. I'm going to tell you like this, okay? You still can run on them, coach. You're going to still be able to run on them. I don't think that was worth that. I really don't think that was a good jump.
I think they could have. Yeah, my initial impression would be, could they not have traded for Pierce 3, 4, 5 picks from now? It seems a little steep.
Yeah, they could have traded all of that to us. I mean,
but he's super talented. You've seen that. You're the SEC guy in our Discord. I make no bones about it. I cede to your judgment on some of these guys. Pierce does have some damn good film in the last 2 years. I think last year's film, maybe didn't reach the heights of 2023, but he's got some damn good film out there, and the numbers to prove it, right? Athletic numbers and the production.
He's a freak. He is a freak. He's a electric football player. I guess they got their run stopper with Walker, and then they pass rusher with Pierce. But I don't know why they do the stuff they do. And me being a resident of Atlanta, this is the reason why I'm not an Atlanta fan. Like a supporter of them. This is part of the reason,
They've definitely upgraded their physical talent level, though, from an athletic standpoint, right?
Coach, they can't stop the run. They can't.
Yeah, they were.
You can
remember we faced them 2022,
right?
At home.
Yeah.
And then I didn't think their defense. I didn't think they took on blocks well, and even last year, I just NFL teams, linebackers, safeties are supposed to take on blocks with a certain level of commitment and a certain level of physicality, and it just didn't seem to be there. The requisite amount of "I'm going to bust your ass" just wasn't there for the guys taking on blocks. This is ridiculous, though. What this leaves the Ravens with. Let me throw the board up. Let me throw the board. Manwari, Starks, Trey Amos, Will Johnson, Simmons, Campbell.
Wow. This is unreal. Coach, I lost nothing that I wanted to keep except for Booker and Jackson. Booker and Jackson.
Booker going at 12. I know you're the same way as me. I'm not into like, I told you so's, but Booker was it 12 to the Cowboys?
Yeah.
Yeah, that just to me was like, okay, no shit. He should have gone. He should have gone somewhere in that area. That's what the film said.
That's what the film said. Exactly. I wasn't shocked. I was shocked that it was the Cowboys because they do it to me every year. I wanted Tyler Smith a couple years ago. That's why I was shocked. I wasn't shocked about this. Like,
so are you on board? Go ahead, Stacey. My bad. Go ahead.
I was praying for Booker to fall to us, and it wasn't. And I was like, oh, maybe I had hopes up because guards usually do fall, so that's where it came from. But he's a top 15 player in this draft, and you got smart and intelligent people that really recognize that, and people that value the offensive line, like the Cowboys.
Look at this. I mean, I'm not sure how to say the username. So forgive me for that. But say JG. Will Johnson here, and then Xavier Watts round 2. I mean, you're talking about upgrading the talent level of your defensive secondary. Wow. Now, there's other positions out there to address. Offensive line. People want us to go edge defender here. I guess Mike Green still being on the board at this point, right, means he certainly wouldn't be drafted by Baltimore.
Yeah. Well, the BPAs, depending on how they feel, Will Johnson comes out in 2023-24 season last year. He goes before all those guys. Terry Arnold. He goes before Kool-Aid McKinstry. He goes before the guy that's now. He goes before all of those guys.
Now, for those of you that are listening that don't know, for Stacey, an Alabama guy, Alabama fan, and not just no regular Alabama fan, but a super knowledgeable Alabama fan, to say that another team's player from a non-SEC school, would be taken over Kool-Aid McKinstry or Alabama corner, then it's the truth, because you're not saying it to pump up a Michigan team, a Big Ten team. So Walter's saying that we took Starks.
Yeah, we lost to them. I mean, we lost to them twice. The last 2 years, we lost to Michigan, and we know how good Michigan was last year. Michigan defense was the same as the Ravens defense and everything, and that's why those guys got hired. That's why he's the defensive coordinator of the Chargers now and everything. Right. So, like and this will help out any other base fan. If you play college football, 25, the number one player on the game is Will Johnson.
Yeah. Well, they're saying it's Starks. Pick is already in.
Is it Starks?
That's what they're saying. The pick is already Starks.
Oh, man. They saw something I didn't, Coach.
Yeah, I mean, a good player. Really good player, and I can't – go ahead, Stacey. Go ahead.
I'm not trying to be a biased person. They just seeing something that I knew we could have got later on.
I think there's other more talented players on the board, but, it doesn't mean that Starks can't be a good football player for the Ravens. I did like him in man coverage situations. They did play him to the field some. They did play him to the boundary. On third downs, when he's in press man coverage, I did like his coverage skills. I was pleasantly surprised by that. I was not impressed with tackling nor ability to take on blocks and get to the football. But I didn't see it's 4.5 40, I believe, and the RAS score wasn't great, but I didn't see a guy that looked slow. Having said that, I didn't see a guy that exploded to the football downhill, and I didn't see a middle of the field free safety guy either. That doesn't mean he can't do so. It's a good group to have Starks, Hamilton, and Ardarius Washington. Outside corner, Will Johnson, man, that will be interesting to see how Will Johnson works out wherever he gets picked. I mean, why wouldn't the Lions take him? I know that they just got Terry Arnold last year, and they just got DJ Reed, but man, Will Johnson being available this late is kind of shocking.
It is. And the board says Campbell, Johnson, all that, and obviously our guys in our front office who are probably the best at what they do.
Branson Joseph are great. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they they saw something that I didn't. I'm not dissing the kid at all. Congratulations, Malachi Starks. You're a Baltimore Raven. I got to support you. It has nothing to do with the Georgia Alabama thing. It's just, yeah, I think we could have found that later on. And at the board saying other things, Will Jahad Campbell, also Will Johnson. Hey, it's okay. Everything.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't compared to other first round picks that we've had late in drafts. Clearly, I can't say that this one makes me super excited about it. But he's a day one starter for us. He's going to start over our Darius Washington, but our Darius is going to get on the field. We just re-signed him. We wouldn't have. Well, I guess one way to think about it is, did we really need to re-sign our Darius Washington if we were going to draft Malachi Starks? We still are looking at an outside corner situation that's a Woozy on one side, Wiggins on the other. Marlon can do anything in the world there is to do on a football field. So the defensive back group, the secondary group, has got a lot of talent and a lot of guys who've made plays before. I know Starks only had one interception last year. I do like it that they show the highlights. I didn't see that type of pursuit like they just showed on the two plays.
My thing is like, what's the issue with Will Johnson to make him fall this far? And what did the Ravens? Is there something wrong with these guys' medical? We already know Jahad Campbell has a bad medical, but Will Johnson, is his medical bad? And first thing and foremost, Malachi Stark has been talked about to be a very professional young man. Like he's not going to be an issue or anything like that. They say he's a grown man. His experience is a grown man and everything like that. And I just pray the best. Look how excited he is to be a Raven.
He's super excited. He looked like he looked when he was putting that hat on. He looked like he was going to put a helmet on. he looked like he was going to put a helmet on. I did like him, and I have to say it again. I said it too. I think I was talking to Josh from the Lions Discord, but I did like him in man coverage when he was on third down. Didn't see him. I mean, maybe one or two double moves. People call them double moves. It's really not, but guy got a little bit of separation. But man, he runs across the field with people in man coverage. I did not see middle of the field free safety guy that's going to immediately push Kyle Hamilton down. People in the comment section are completely able to correct me on that. I did have 5 games of footage from him, and I didn't see a middle of the field free safety that I'm like, okay, he's going to be able to diagnose it and take away a route and get the ball back to us. I know he had more interceptions in 2023 than he did last year. Am I wrong there? Is he a better middle of the field free safety than I've seen in the 5 games that I watched?
No, he's split field. He's split field. And I would mind you, the Georgia defense run the same defense as Alabama. Kirby Smart built it down in Alabama before he came to Georgia.
Of course.
So I know how they're supposed to be. Also, they have lost games last year. Mind you, Georgia is the most talented team in college football. They're the most talented team, even over Alabama and Texas. They're more talented than both of them. They have lost games because their DB play and their lack of tackling. That's where it hurts with me. Like, we can teach all the coverage stuff. That can happen. But missing tackles is what irks me.
Yeah, that part is tough to get past when you see it. I mean, you can't. It's like Jen said in our Discord. When you see the missed tackles, you can't unsee it. Now, it was Jalen Milroe and it was the running backs. Wow, the Lions have already picked. My stream must be behind. Sorry for that, guys. Okay, so J-Bags, it hasn't been announced. Okay, gotcha. I'm interested here and see what they do. I mean, they got a lot of options. Excuse me, they got a lot of options here for Detroit. Oh, yeah, I mean, like, look, let's be honest. The Lions and the Ravens, it's not like they have to improve much. I mean, they've got great talent, great rosters. Lions got to build some more defensive depth, I think, in this draft. Ezaraku is still there. I mean, Mike Green, man.
They got Campbell still on the board, coach. You got Jahad Campbell. He's still on the board. He can go to the Lions. There's so many
Yeah.
things they can do. They need edge help for one, and then they need thumpers because they got ran on pretty bad in the playoffs, and they do need that presence, that thumping presence up the middle and everything.
Yeah.
What Campbell
Well,
can bring to them? Will
McNeil. Go ahead, Stacy. My bad.
I was gonna say Will Johnson, but do they even need another corner after they got?
I mean,
Terry
not
Arnold?
really. They don't need. They don't need. You know, they got Terry Arnold. They got DJ Reed. You know, Ennis Rakestraw Jr. They drafted last year. You know, it looks like they're drafting Williams, the defensive tackle from Ohio State. Good player. You know, real good player. Can't say anything bad about him, especially with Aleem McNeil. You know, having an ACL injury, being out for a long time. D tackle definitely is a need, like J Bag said. They've got to. I guess they're relying on the depth of the edge defender position here in this draft because they got a long way to go before they pick at 60. But I really did like Williams' film. Super athletic, strong, 3 technique. Ohio State played him a lot of times into the boundary, the short side of the field, and he was able to make plays running laterally to the boundary, short side of the field, less space. But I also thought he was very physical and strong at the point of attack in the run game. I think that's a very good player and a very good pick for the Lions. Probably not as, quote, attractive as other guys that were out there and are still out there, but a very good player at a position of need. Can't argue with it, even though I do think that defensive end, edge defender is something they got to address in a serious manner the rest of the draft.
Detroit Lions fan, this is exactly the direction y'all need to go. He's exactly what y'all need. He stuffs the run. You cannot run on Ohio State if he's on the field. Be satisfied with this pick. It's heading towards the right direction. They're not gonna be able to run on y'all the way teams have been able to run on y'all towards the end of the season.
I like the group. You know, first of all, I hope McNeil comes back 100% healthy because, you know, Ravens fans may not know that name. Aleem McNeil is a badass football player. And when they had Aleem McNeil and Aiden Hutchinson and DJ Reader on the field at the same time, that was a very different defense than what, you know, I'm not making excuses, just reality. People can argue if they want. I really don't care. Very different defense than what the Washington Commanders saw when they came to Detroit in the division round. Didn't have Aleem McNeil, didn't have Aiden Hutchinson, didn't have 4 or 5 other guys, you know, CD3 being one of them. It was a big loss. To add to that group, I think is a good pick. J Bags, I would say 8 out of 10, maybe 8.5, but I think you're in the right area there. I like the pick. He's a good player. He's a really good player. Them Ohio State guys, there's a reason why they won a national title. They play downhill and they play hard and they make plays. I think it's a good pick. I got no problem with the pick at all personally, but I recognize Lions fans might have, you know, a different attitude about it because defensive end edge is an obvious need.
And there's plenty more of that to go around. Like the second, third round is loaded with that. I mean, any fan, any supporter of and watching this draft, I hope you do see that it's so deep that a lot of the pass rushers didn't go this round. Mike Green's still on the table. With Shamar Stewart's gone, but
Mike Green ain't making it past Philly.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. He does fit that. But like
making it past Philly.
The board is still there. Like there's a lot of good players that you're going to be able to find in the second and third round that fits exactly.
Oh yeah. Look at the, you know, now forgive me if the slots there for edge is the font is too small, but there's so many good players out there. Ezaraku, the 2 guys from Ohio State, Landon Jackson, Kyle Kennard is one that I love his talent. And, you know, I'm not sure why he is projected to be such a later pick in round 2 and even round 3. I just don't see Kyle Kennard as a round 3 impact guy. And you know, you're an SEC guy. You're welcome to tell me where I'm wrong there. He's got super talent, if you ask me. Maybe a little light.
Well, my guy's Landon Jackson. Landon Jackson was a 4-star coming out of Texas. His high school year, he was the 110th player ranked. And then he just gets, like, you know, he does. Alabama did want him to go to LSU, and then he transferred to Arkansas. He wanted to stay close to home in Texas. And he just wrecked it the whole time he was at Arkansas. That's my guy. Like, Landon Jackson is a Max Crosby. So he actually fits what y'all have with Hutchinson. So I'm talking about for the Lions fan.
Yeah, of course.
That's what I can pinpoint to y'all. His motor is ridiculous. He's big as heck. He's super athletic and he can play football. He stuffs the run. He goes as a great pass rusher. So that's my guy.
Now, would you? I'm not sure I would have predicted how this thing turned out for the Ravens. I mean, Starks is definitely one that was on their board and high on their board. So good fit for where we got him. This late in the draft, in the first round, I should say. I'm not going to sit here and say that when I watch the film, I see a guy that's coming up making plays near the line of scrimmage, but we didn't necessarily need that. We got Kyle Hamilton. We've got Marlon Humphrey. Our inside linebackers can run. They can fly, Roquan and Trenton Simpson. It's a lot of work to do left in this draft. What would you say about Starks as an Alabama fan? Be an Alabama fan. What would you give Starks in the first round for the Ravens? A minus, B plus, B minus?
I think that's one of the worst first round picks that Baltimore Ravens has ever taken.
Yeah, I mean, I can't argue that there's been other, has there been other less talented first round picks in recent memory? I can't say that there has been.
Hey guys,
I don't know what's up, man.
I'm good, bro. I'm watching tape right now on Starks.
Well, it's in the Google. It's in the Google Drive, so you can watch cut up film. I'm promoting myself here a little bit. My apologies, but it's in the Google Drive and it's already pre-labeled. I think I got about 40 plays on them.
I say it like this, Coach and Frank. How often have y'all ever seen me like say anything bad about that front office or the coaching staff or whatever? I usually call it how I see it, but I don't really say anything negative. I'll usually buy what they sell more than anything. Okay, they really when it comes down to Starks, they have to prove this to me. Because I knew watching anybody play them, attacking him and attacking a couple of those guys in that DB core, you can score on Georgia. It happened. Georgia came all the way back in the Bama game, and the ones we started attacking with the passing game, they couldn't stop. They couldn't stop Alabama's passing game. That's just that game. But there's more games where tackles are being missed, assignments are being missed. Imagine what it's going to be like playing for the Baltimore Ravens on the pro level.
I think, in terms of what we put out there on defense, where does Starks fit? And I don't like to do this, rank players 1 to 11. But if you did, if we did do that, certainly, Starks is not 1 to 6 or 1 to 8 for our starting defense. He's going to be 8, 9, 10, somewhere around there. So my point is he's going to be a little bit protected with what we've got out there on the field. I'm very interested in where they use him and how they use him. I don't want to see one guy be the middle of the field free safety. I think Starks is very versatile, and that's one thing that came through in the film. Is he's a guy who can move around a little bit, and Hamilton can certainly do that. So can Ardarius. Maybe we become a little bit more unpredictable in what we're doing here.
Hopefully, I think the most unpredictable we've been was when we moved Ladarius Wells to safety and had Weddle at the other safety, and either side of the field made them go to, hey, you're the free safety this play, and you're the strong safety that play. And you remember Jimmy Smith kind of said it. He said that Harbaugh doesn't really believe in a strong safety or a free safety. It's just your assignment, that assignment type of thing. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. He's gonna have to be coached up. This is Tuck Pagano's pick. This is Tuck Pagano's.
Go ahead, Stacey. My bad.
I was gonna say this is Tuck Pagano's pick.
That's true. Good point. What are you thinking, Alan? Can you remember? I'm having trouble right now off the top of my head. The last 3, 4, 5 years, the Ravens' first round pick, being the Ravens getting pretty much exactly who they apparently wanted.
I mean, so I'm watching tape right now. So kind of I'm looking at what I see just initially off of from Starks, and you're saying like the Ravens drafting this late and getting who they want. I think that kind of the Ravens are a little more realistic and maybe they only want guys who they feel are actually going to be there. So I think that there's kind of a chicken and egg part of that question,
Right.
where they're not going to like want. I'm just going to throw it out there. They're not going to want Michael Williams. Is that what it was? The linebacker. They're
Yeah.
not going to want Michael Williams because like it's unrealistic for their draft position. So like when somebody says at 27 they got who they wanted, that's kind of with the caveat of at pick 27.
Yeah, what I will say this from a coverage standpoint, which is what Zemba has asked, definitely better in coverage than in Manwari, in my opinion. More fluid athlete, even though he's, quote, slower in testing, turning his hips, going with a receiver. For me, I saw a better coverage guy. But again, for Starks, I had 5 games film that I studied. And in that folder that I linked up, significant amount of film people can check out if they want to look at. I think I've got it separated by coverage style. I don't think he's a nickel safety at all. That's not a bad point there at all for me. I'm going to post that one up. That's not a bad point for me at all, and I'm willing to explore that discussion or at least entertain it mentally. What did we need at safety after we just got Ardarius? But I guess the Ravens front office feels like, this is a complete upgrade. Starting level safety, for at least 4 or 5 years because we got the 5th-year option with this guy, if not more. So I'm open to the fact that I'm underrating him. Maybe Stacy, you're not open to it, but so which folder are you looking in? The folder that I created, Alan?
So I'm actually on YouTube. I'm just watching like the longest highlight film I could find. I understand that could be overly optimistic, but I'm looking for traits and qualities and why did this guy stick out to the Ravens? And I think I figured out two of those answers. The first answer is I like the paths that he's taking to the football. I think he's very efficient in terms of even in the run game, how he what path is he taking to the ball carrier? What path is he taking to balls in the air? And I think that they're probably, when I think about how I would judge this, if I had all the Ravens, technology, I think that what they have is kind of a line. Okay, and from any point on the field, like what's the most efficient path to a ball in the air? What's the most efficient path to the football? And I could see how he kind of ray traces onto that line very nicely. Some people, it's like a receiver who can judge the football well, but in this case, a guy you mentioned his fluidity, but I think
you're totally
that
tracking
error
it.
number, that error
You're all
number,
over it.
Yeah, there's like an error number. Like if you look at like a linear regression, there's always like an error number. So for example, what was the most efficient path? And it'll be this sort of line or this bended angle, and it'll be how close is he to
totally
that track?
all over it. Frank, you're all over it. And that's the difference between him, for me, and Manwari. There's missed tackles for both of their films. There is. But Stark's missed tackles is, I would say, poor eye discipline sometimes, meaning I'm looking over here at the run action going, this way, and the quarterback is booting this way. So I've taken myself, shuffled too far that direction to then get out to deal with the quarterback. We are talking about Jalen Milroe, though, as the athlete. But from a Manwari perspective, it's bad angles. And that's not bad angles, what I'm describing for Stark. So interesting comparison point there. And Manwari faster in testing, more explosive in testing. But on the field, Starks looks smoother to me.
Yeah, I think the term to use is navigate. I think he navigates the field smoothly. I think he's got a decent amount of bend. The other thing I think they like about him is his ability to target the football. It just feels like when the ball, like there's a play I'm watching right now where the ball gets tipped up in the air. And I see kind of when ball gets tipped up in the air, some guys get a little disoriented or they're like, oh, where is it? He his hands was already knocking the football forward and away from the other player. Like he didn't intercept it. But my point is that he's kind of,
he's aware.
He seems to have like a quick twitch with his hands. Like his hands are strong. Also, like even on some of these blocks, like I'm seeing him taking on screens, and like there's blocks that I'm like, it looks like he's going to get knocked out of the way. I'm like, I don't think it looks a little soft. Kind of looks a little soft, but then he sheds blockers, and he sheds blockers. We've seen him blitz. We've seen him play a little man coverage. I see him in zone. Like once again, like we talked about a 3-down kind of player, a player that can do a lot. Yeah,
he's definitely one. Yeah.
He also is someone I think who fits our blitz packages. I think that they like that he can play closer to the line. He doesn't mind blitzing. He's not I would say like a super tackler, but he actually
No, not at all.
I think he does tackle. I think it's a little bit. I think he's actually an underrated tackler. He looks like he actually does compete.
I do like this pick for the Bills, even though whatever the issues were with Hairston, Maxwell Hairston's 2023 corner film was spectacular. 2024 wasn't the same, maybe overall quality, but man, this is a good. I like the pick for the Bills. I know there'll be people who do not, size, health concerns, whatever. Maybe 2024 production wasn't the same, but you're the SEC guy, Stacy. What do you think about Hairston to the Bills? I know you're still probably stuck on Starks to the Ravens.
I would have rather had Harrison. I would rather have Harrison. Listen, he's a ball player, man. This is one of my favorite players in this whole draft right here.
Confident.
Very, very confident. If people think about the size, like that's Ladarius Will came to us at the same size. But this guy, he can thump. He can thump with you. He's gonna come up and make that tackle. He's gonna make the pick. The Bills just got a really good pick, y'all. They really got a good pick. They're rebuilding everything that they lost in the last so many years, losing Trey White and losing Hyde and the guys that retired and everything. They basically rebuilt that within the span of a season. Plus,
he's super athletic. And the burst is noticeable on film. Coming downhill, whether it's to make a tackle or against a screen or to go get the football. He's a dangerous guy with the ball in the air on his side. I do want to divert for a second. Lion Eyes Wingnut. First of all, man, I thank you for so many comments during the stream. Second of all, I agree. Williams is a run stopper, but I will say this: he's athletic. I'm talking about Williams from Ohio State, the D tackle. He's athletic, and so he's got a little bit more side to side lateral movement and moves than maybe people are aware of. Who I can already see on social media now. People disappointed that they didn't address defensive end. I'm one of those people. I think the Lions need to address it now. They chose not to 10, 12 minutes ago, but this is a really good football player, and I'm not disappointed, even though I think their positional needs are somewhere else. So in terms of getting back to Starks, you two guys, well, actually, let me do this with both of y'all first. Like the way that you guys help in the Discord and do stuff is just the coolest thing, and that's why I really wanted to end the show with both of you guys at the same time. Initiating, continuing discussion, guiding discussion in a way that's, helping people learn about the game, helping all of us learn about the game. Excuse me. I just want to, I thanked you already earlier, Frank, for it, but I wanted to thank both of you, personally for that, because, I put a lot of time and effort into it. And the few times that I step away from the Discord, I'll come back later and it'll be people handling it. Oftentimes it's you two guys. So I appreciate that.
Yeah. Honestly, Coach, I appreciate the kind of the public thanks. I think we participate in it because we think you've built a really good thing, and we, obviously we encourage anybody watching tonight, if you're not on the Discord, to at least give it a shot for a month. You know what I mean? Give it a shot, especially now we're headed towards football season. We'll be talking about the draft a lot. Give it a try. I think that you'll find that it's well worth the value.
Crazy. Did they just swap picks?
Yeah, they did. One pick. One pick. I wonder what Kansas City actually got from it, but one pick up. That's it. They swapped picks.
That's so weird.
This is Howie Roseman.
Interesting.
Is there a reason for that? Like, why not just wait for the Chiefs to take the guy? Like,
they probably want somebody to get it was going to take. They probably want somebody that Chiefs was going to take.
Chief got fifth rounder. Okay. Wow.
Well, they probably wanted someone that the Chiefs are going to take. So you're saying the Chiefs are like, okay, the difference is a fifth rounder, like for our next guy. So they just did that.
It's got to be Mike Green.
And, Frank, you really don't have to tell that guy. You don't have to tell the other team that's who you're taking. They can ask you all you want, but it's up to them.
It's like a game of chicken. It's like a game of chicken. Who's going to crash, and the Eagles like just skid it out first.
J Bags, that's a great point. It's the comments are so cool. Like I'm trying to share as many of them as possible because I now feel a little more comfortable with the StreamYard platform. My apologies to people who sat for the first 45 minutes of the stream, that probably look crappy. But the comments are great here. Like this one, Lion Eyes Wingnut. The points I was making about Amenwari comes down to coaching. Probably some accuracy there. I did think the South Carolina's defense was one of the more poorly coordinated groups with a lot of talent that I saw on film. I think, Stacey, you may even remember me messaging you like a week ago, like, man, who's South Carolina's defensive coordinator? So
he's not even a popular defensive coordinator. He's just somebody I believe that Beamer could basically control because he's not even a citing defensive coordinator. This is not one of those high paid defensive coordinators that's down in the SEC.
And there are a lot of them. Them dudes get paid well. Those, Huh.
So
I mean,
kind of, go ahead. Go ahead, Stacey.
Yeah, the South Carolina defense fell apart altogether last year. They win way more games if their defense is playing sound football, and that's the reason why he's falling out in the first round. People are seeing that, hey, he might have did this in the combine, but his tape doesn't show that. Now it'd be crazy if the Eagles take him. I would be very okay. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Frank, that's you.
Yeah, I got you. Yo, Brian, by the way, I'm going to address your – I feel bad. I'm talking over Stacey. I'm going to address Brian's comment after Stacey finishes.
Bro, you good? You good. Go ahead.
So basically, Brian, ray tracing, that was just in terms of a optimal path to a football. So if you looked at the NFL and you looked at a football in the air and it was just on a grid, okay, and you're at one point on the grid and the ball is going to another point on the grid, and then you also had all the players as little dots, okay, and then based on the movement of those players, how should an individual player come up with the most optimal path to the football? So there's an optimal path, and then that's a theoretical path, and then you have a actual path, which is what the player actually did in terms of his interaction with the game. So basically, you want your football player to move as close to that path as possible as designed by the computer. So basically, it's a computer-generated football field with all the players on it, and they do this now in the NFL. They've got them all RFID tagged. So they have all these players as individual points on a grid. And what happens is they can see in terms of how do players move. Do they move efficiently towards the target? Are they tracking the football well? And it's an actual way to quantify how well players track a football or navigate traffic on the field. So
I would say Starks does. Everything you're describing fits with what I've seen on film from Starks. So perfectly said. Go ahead.
So what I'm seeing with Starks and why the Ravens might like it is because I feel like he's consistently taking very paths that are close to or what would be the optimal line. And about the person who came up with Amenwari, not everybody shares, this high opinion of Starks. I know that Ken McCusick, very popular Ravens guy, he doesn't like Starks as much as Amenwari. He was probably royally pissed when they took Starks because Amenwari was on the board. I can tell you that his reaction was probably worth reviewing on YouTube. But I'm going to tell you, but you have to also understand that we're all making judgments, that they're guesses. So right now I'm saying, what did the Ravens like about Starks? Assuming, once again, the Ravens are not stupid. And I'm not saying Ken's stupid either. I'm saying is that you got to give some credence to both sides. And I'm immediately seeing certain things about Starks that stand out just from a very cursory review. And other people do deeper reviews than me. But from a cursory review, I see it.
Like a smooth. He's a defensive player, so this is a poor comparison. But he reminds me of like a smooth shooting guard, in the NBA. The comparison there, the analogy breaks down, obviously, because he's not an offensive football player. But, you described it in a different way than I will. I think he's very sound. I do have some concerns about him coming forward and tackling. I don't have the same assessment as you do. I do want to highlight, one comment here for multiple reasons. Who's the top 3 offensive and top 3 defensive players we might see in round 2? I have the board up there. I'm going to drop this comment down so people can see more of it. And I guess I should have done a better job of making the font size larger. See if I can do that now.
Did y'all just see what happened? Y'all just see what just happened?
Yeah. You
gotta be freaking kidding.
Yeah, to the Eagles.
Go ahead. Let's move on with the rest of the conversation. Y'all
So,
we're just gonna act
Mike, we'll go one for one. So I'll go first, then Stacy, then Alan. Mike Green obviously is a big defensive guy that's out there. Go ahead, Stacy.
I was gonna take your guy. Well, we're not getting Watts, but I was gonna say Watts, but he's
Watts.
gone. We're not getting. Yeah, Xavier
So
Watts.
two defensive guys. Go ahead, Alan.
We're talking about like the best guy on the board.
Best three offensive guys and best three defensive guys. So we've done two defensive guys already, Mike Green and Watts. So you could do either one. You could do offense or defense.
Yeah.
I know who you're going to take. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I have Morrison, but I'm trying to see if there's an offensive guy that I can pick out.
Oh yeah, I could put the whole board up. I guess my bad.
Yeah, I'm trying to see who's left.
Give me a second. I've got the board that we made. Hold on.
Yeah, no problem.
This is going to be zoomed out a little bit, so maybe it won't work great. I don't know if that helps. That's got through round 4.
I think it's probably. I think it might be Trey Harris or Burden.
Burden.
Oh, Burden. Oh man. Oh yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. All right. So since I took defense last time, I got to do offense this time because he asked for top 3 offense and top 3 defense. So I got to do offense this time. Is Donovan Jackson still out there?
No, he's gone.
Oh, that's right. He's gone. Yeah. I mean, Trey Harris is pretty damn good in my mind. I did defense last time. I'll say Trey Harris, but I think some of the offensive linemen might be, a little bit better than him. Who drafted Tyler Warren? The Colts, right? Colts got Tyler Warren, right?
Is that the tight end?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Trey Harris for me is the best guy that's left out here.
For me, it's Alfred Collins, and he has to be a Raven.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, after the day I just had with him, he has to be a Raven. Alfred Collins.
Simmons. Ooh, I forgot about Simmons. Great point, Walter.
Simmons still on the board. Wow. I cannot believe Simmons.
Frank, you got one more. I guess it's got to be defenses, so you can pick Morrison now.
Yeah, I would take Morrison.
Yeah. Who's the best pick from round 1, in you guys' opinion? Go ahead, Stacey. You go first.
From what, round 1?
Any maybe best 1 or 2 for any team.
I would say Jags trading up to get Travis Hunter.
Yes, sir. That's the one I was going to pick. Go ahead, Alan.
I love the trade to get Jackson Dart. I think that was a really good trade.
Yeah, I'm not as big a fan, but just because, I didn't spend a whole lot of time watching him. So, I won't argue against it. They see a guy they wanted, and they went and got him. That's fantastic. Kansas City picked Simmons. Wow.
Yeah.
There he goes. Got their left. They got their left tackle of the future now.
So they knew the Eagles weren't going to take Simmons. Therefore, they traded back and they gained an extra 5th-round pick. Hey, credit to their front office for making that happen on the fly.
I got one honorable mention. I would say for it. One honorable mention. There's something about that Matthew Golden Green Bay pick that looks really smart.
Oh yeah. Another one that I really, really liked that was quite obvious, obviously, is Genty to the Raiders. I think that guy is a 1,200 yard per season back in a good offense. In a great offense, which we can't say the Raiders are going to have a great offense, but in a great offense, he could be even more. I think he's a devastating talent.
Yeah, I like him on artificial turf. So you get a guy like that, you put him on turf. It's going to be it's a lot of speed. It's just a lot to handle when you have a guy like that. They have a competent quarterback who I think is going to be able to use him well. So I think that the Genty pick is interesting. Like the Genty and Hunter picks are, two that, those are the two big skill offensive guys. I think maybe some people like Ted McMillan, but I don't think anybody likes him near that tier.
Where does Will McDonald go? Or excuse me, Will McDonald. Will Johnson. Where does Will Johnson? Yeah, Lionized Wing Nut. Obviously, we should have named Will Johnson, clearly. Where does Will Johnson go tomorrow? How long does he stay on the board?
What's the issue? I need to find out what the issue is. And somebody has to come out.
Knee. They mentioned that on Ken's chat, they said that there was something up, that his knee was scaring people.
How bad is it to the point where he falls out of the first round altogether? I did not see the knee issue. I didn't see, but I wasn't glued in on every Michigan play all season long. But I do know when Michigan was the number one defense, he was the number one player. And when Michigan didn't play well last year, all those guys kind of fell down except for Graham
Yeah.
and Grant. So what's the real issue? Like,
How long do you think he lasts tomorrow? Let's do it that way. How many picks do
I
you
don't think
think he lasts tomorrow?
I don't think he gets past San Francisco at 11. At 11,
What about you, Stacey? How long do you think Will Johnson's on the board tomorrow?
I don't think he's going. I think he's out of there by 36, man.
Yeah,
I mean,
the Browns are taking him with one of them 2 picks. I agree.
it's the Browns that 36 pick that they just traded back for with the Jaguars. Now the one I'm looking at is Ariante Ursery. We probably do have to address that.
Yeah.
If Ursery is a player that we were all talking first round earlier in the draft process, and it somehow he just started to slip out of it. And somehow the Ravens, if he falls to the Ravens, we need to really discuss that. Like if that's going to be the guy for us.
I do like him a lot. The other offensive line that I like a lot, undersized clearly compared to Ursery and others, is Marcus Bow from Purdue. Smooth, athletic, moves well to his right, to his left, great pass sets, variability in his pass sets. I would say, and Ravens fans aren't going to like this, I would say he appears to be this year's version of Rosengarten. Now, I don't mean that he's going to come in and start at right tackle or left tackle, but he's a guy who did play tackle for Purdue last year, had played guard previously. I really like him. I think that's a no-brainer option there at the end of the second round. But, being as we just went safety, we kind of forced our hand a little bit here in the second round. We certainly have a lot of picks to fire out later. Anyway, what do you think is the next big piece to address, Alan?
I think I could see us going probably most likely D-line or O-line. That would be my bet. Any of these D linemen staring out to you as being a good value here in the second round?
Well, Stacy, the guy from Texas, right? Alfred Collins.
Alfred Collins. But D-line's going to be there. D-line's going to be there. Like throughout these 90 picks, our third round picks of 91, and we didn't make any noise to be able to move back up in the second or third round with trading back or anything like that. So, like, they will be there from the 90s. They will be there.
I'm a big fan of Farmer from Florida State. I think he's a little maybe less disciplined than other guys. Maybe that's why he's, I got him in a 4th round, but these are ranges. He's a penetrating 3 technique, I think. I think maybe on some outside zone stuff to his side, he might get reached because he's worried about getting upfield. And I do like his game. Maybe consistency is an issue there. West, the guy from Indiana, I got him listed as nose tackle there, but these guys can play pretty, they can play nose tackle, they can play 3 technique. I think those guys are solid. I think, like you said, Stacey, there's D tackle value in the 3rd round here. Maybe it's my own perception or preconceived notions, but I think offensive line is the move here in the 2nd round.
Because it got rated. It got rated. The run on offensive line went crazy. It started early. It was like from 4 or 5 down. It was just a big run on offensive line, and now people are understanding the urgency I was saying all day, or throughout this whole draft process. That offensive line is something that we need to address, and we thought about the things, the issues during the season, where Lamar hiked the ball. His first read was to anticipate a sack, move away, then go down through his progression. We also thought about the times Derrick Henry has been smashed in the backfield before he gets started. The safety that Derrick Henry gave up he's never had a safety in his career, and that happened. These are interior pressures killed us, and we have to address that. And I'm just shocked that the Ravens didn't address it. That what the safety need more important than the interior offensive line, where we have 6 safeties already.
I think Stark's actual man coverage skills is probably what pushed it over the top. I mean, versatility too, and looks like a better athlete than the testing scores indicate, in my opinion. The man coverage skills is what kind of stood out to me on film and kind of really surprised me. Levi's comment is right on point and in line with the discussion that we're kind of having. By not going O-line here in round one, now round two, the decision is going to be: do we go D tackle? How soon does the D tackle fall off occur in talent level and an ability to impact the game sooner rather than later versus offensive line? Man, where are we on this offensive line group? Simmons just got drafted. So is everyone from that first group gone, right, up at the top for O-line?
I don't think Savagna is gone.
That's right. Zabel, Jackson, gone.
But I don't have Savignon. I don't have Savignon making it all the way to us at that pick.
Agreed.
He's not
Another in-between guy.
He's not gonna make it to 59. We're blessed that he made it to 59.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking, Coach, at your Mbo pick or Mbo. I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce it, but I guess here's my question: which of these guys? I see a lot of these guys are listed as tackles. He's got that tackle guard designation, so that's something that I think is interesting. It's hard because there's like really another 27 picks, and I feel like a lot of the guys are going to be off the board, and
long time.
Yeah, it's the first round. I was talking to people about the difference in the rounds. If you think about it, you got 11 pieces on each side of the ball, so that's 22, and there's always going to be repeats on the offensive side of the ball. Always offensive tackle, quarterback, wide receiver, sometimes running back. You're going to have repeats. In this case, 2 tight ends even. So you're going to have repeats. So there's almost always going to be one player on the defense who's going to be the top of a position group that you have. When you pick 27, you're probably going to get top 1, top 2 at a position group. Now we're kind of looking at the more bulky areas of the draft where you're going to end up getting your top, you're going to get top 7 or top 8. And there's just a big gap there. And it's kind of even making me lean maybe even away from something I had said earlier in the show where I'm like, I don't know if we should stack the same position. It's getting a little weird because I'm looking at the corners. There seems to be a couple corners that either have injury red flags or that are falling below maybe where we expected. Some of them we knew about, some of them the injuries we knew about, some of them we didn't. Like I'm starting to see even I tried to give some basic guidance of we shouldn't stack the same position, but even now I'm starting to question that because I'm just listen, if the next best player is a corner, like I said, get a good player. So if we could just get another good player. It's another place we can use a free agent money 2 years from now. I'm trying to take a more forward look. So, it's just funny how in the first round, I was don't stack the same position group. So if we walked away with a corner and a safety in rounds 1 and 2, under my previous guidance, I would have said, man, that probably wasn't the right move. But now that I'm seeing the way it is in reality, it could be worse.
I'm doing a quick list. This is based on what we have here, which is got obviously some level of inaccuracy. Anyone in a first round group there or a second round group, and I'm just going to get a sheer number, and how many of those guys will be offensive linemen? I think we're entering the territory possibility, unless we know something other teams don't, like about Ozzie Trapillo or something like that. I really like Dylan Fairchild, the guard from Georgia, who's a more of a grinder, just a tough guy. I think that can play and he's got wins against good SEC level competition, but there's a difference to me in athleticism between him and a Marcus Bow or even a Tate Radledge, his teammate, who he's the guy who had the 10.00 RAS score, the guard from Georgia, who's got some injury troubles. I'm looking at who's available and how many guys. It's going to be close in terms of the Ravens. It's very close. It reminds me of last year. Ken, I did his show on Film Study Ravens, and he was talking about constantly last year during the live stream. He was talking about, okay, are we going to be able to get a tackle here? Are we going to be able to get a tackle? Fortunately, Rosengarten was there, and then the guy who went to who went to Kansas City, that they've now drafted Simmons to essentially take his place. We were fortunate last year that an offensive lineman fell. It's going to be close again, I think, this year.
Yeah, and we were fortunate with Rosengarten. This is the thing we're not factoring in. I just thought about it. Mark Andrews might be getting traded, or somebody might be getting traded.
That's a good point.
That that could be happening. Why they this might push them over the edge to trade Mark Andrews or trade another player to get
Maybe
back
they know
into.
something. Right. Maybe
Yeah,
they
they
know
probably
something.
know.
They know many things we don't, right?
Exactly. That's probably why they didn't take Campbell or Johnson or anything like that. You know, they probably know something that we don't. You know.
Schwessinger's still on the board, the inside linebacker from UCLA. I would say he goes. I would say Schwessinger goes before we pick again. Real quick, I've got
Amos too. Trey Amos.
yeah. So corners: Morrison, Revel, Will Johnson, Trey Amos coming off the board before we pick. Right. Luther Burden, Trey Harris coming off the board before we pick. Probably a guy like Jaden Higgins, who I have there in round 3. Possibly Savion Williams, Jack Beck. I don't know. I'm just speculating. So we've got at least there 8 guys that I have listed. Green, Scourton as edge defenders, Savanea, Emanwari, Ezaraku, both of the Ohio State guys. Maybe not Sawyer, probably, but I think the other guy, JT Tuamola, or however you say his name, I think he's gone before we pick again. Xavier Watts is going to be, obviously someone we don't need now because we drafted Starks. So where does that leave us with offensive line? Like I said a couple of minutes ago, I think it's going to be close for the quality that we would want in either a guy we can play at guard now or a guy who can do a little bit of both. Like, I'll be shocked if Marcus Bow is on the board when we pick next time.
Another thing is, yeah, me too, coach. But another thing is the wide receivers. There will be 4th round wide receivers that's on this board, 3rd round wide receivers that's on this board that will push into the 2nd
Yep.
round because they go crazy for the 2nd round wide receiver
That's right.
in the draft.
4,
So that
at least 4 or 5. Yeah.
You throw in Shadur Sanders, that's going to happen. And Milroe didn't get drafted all, did he? Did he go? So that might be another. So that's 14 picks in his own right. Running back.
I got 19. So I got 19. Just there.
Okay.
So, and that's not. Then let me. No. I'm not refuting. I'm saying, with what you just named, not a single offensive lineman. If you go 4 or 5 wide receivers, real quick.
Might be 10.
I got 21 picks, 22 if you count Xavier Watts. So, and that's not including any offensive linemen. So maybe the options are going to be better than I thought a moment ago.
Yeah. We're trying to be optimistic as possible without trading Mark Andrews. I'm not one of the guys that's talking about trading Mark Andrews. I want all the weapons that make Lamar Jackson comfortable. I want all the weapons that make Mark. I do not want to trade Mark Andrews because when we go down that territory and start thinking like that, you're asking for likely to become a blocker. And we're happy that Mark Andrews became the blocker that he is because he wasn't it coming out of college at Oklahoma.
I really
to ask for likely to do to ask likely to do it is you're asking for a lot. A lot of people are thinking Madden when they're thinking about trading Mark Andrews.
The good thing about offensive line is tomorrow. The Seahawks, well, this is a bad thing, actually. The Seahawks got 2 picks. Now, they did go offensive line here in round 1. So we have to assume that they're not going offensive line twice, but it wouldn't surprise me if they do pick a second offensive lineman. I actually don't think that happens here since in their mind they've already addressed it. We got the Browns with 2 picks tomorrow. We got the Bears with 2 picks tomorrow. I think it's possible the Bears, look at a tackle because they've fortified their guard position in the offseason. So from our count that we just did here, roughly, Stacy, between now and when we pick, it's possible that 20 – I don't want to say 20. It's possible that like 15 to 16 of the next 23, 24 positions, somewhere around there, maybe 22, 23 is not offensive linemen. So maybe there's going to be maybe this group that we've got here in the 3rd round, 4th round is still somewhat intact. I do like some of the players that are down there that's actually off screen for Chase Lunt, the guy from UConn. I do like. I didn't watch much Charles Grant film, the guy from William and Mary. I did like Belton, but he's a tackle. Don't think he's a guard. We need competition at guard, in my opinion. So in any case, man, what's you guys' final thoughts here on the overall draft and then the Ravens? Round one. I feel bad holding you guys on this long, but I know we love doing. We would be doing this in the Discord if we weren't doing this right now.
That's all right. We would be on the phone in Discord right now. That's fact. That's
100%. I'm a little bit. You guys, I didn't necessarily review all these players to the level that some of you guys did. I have like a few that I really did well. I did the quarterbacks very deeply. Right now, like in terms of my big winner, I really think the Giants had a phenomenal draft. I think that they got Carter and they got Jackson Dart, and I just think that that's just such a win-win for them. I don't think they could have expected it to go any better than that. Other interesting picks. I mean, I already talked about the Chicago pick. I really like the Jahdae Barron. I think there's there's 3 picks in a row, 3 out of 4, with Barron to the Broncos, Harmon to the Steelers, and Golden to the Packers. I feel like those 3 picks in a row at 3 out of 4, 20, 21, 23. The Chargers went running back, which I thought was interesting. I didn't do a ton of review on Hampton, so I can't speak to that. But the 3 other guys, Golden, Harmon, and Barron, around that 22 pick, those 3 picks in a row look like potentially 3 really smart picks. And the Green Bay pick, they already had receivers. So I'm really intrigued by the fact that Green Bay felt good enough to grab another one. That just that makes me think that Golden must have tripped something on their wires that said this is the guy we want. So that's the one that 23 is just sticking out like a sore thumb, just because they have Watson, they have Wicks, I think still, and they have Reed. Like they have people. So that was not like a necessity. Obviously, you want to get a good receiver, but that pick to me is just like I'm gonna keep an eye on him definitely as the season goes on.
Great point here by Lion Eyes Wingnut. Probably the 5th or 6th really great point he's put in here the whole night. Running back, and I didn't scout the running back position to the degree that I should have, because there's just so many good ones. I said it to the lead in here tonight. If you need a running back, you should take one in this draft. If you don't need a running back, you should take one in this draft. There's so many good ones. And so he's right in our projections that we just did there, Stacy. We didn't take into account that, there is running back talent here. So maybe I overstated or understated the options that'll be there for offensive line late in the second round for the Ravens and for the Lions, like he pointed out at pick 60. So what's your final thoughts here, Stacy? Have you warmed up a little bit more to the Starks pick or no?
The way I feel about the Starks pick is I'm gonna have to like him. He's gonna have to make sense.
I like it. Good attitude.
I gotta trust Chuck Pagano to get it out of him, to be able to tell so that he had a higher ceiling or had more Raven in him than Xavier Watts, Nick Emery, or any guys that we could have took on the offensive line or linebackers or anything else. Like, that's what they got to prove to me at this point. And we got to win football games. I'm going to have to like them from this point on. I mean, I didn't like the situation. I didn't like him being the guy of the situation. But long story short, like, where we go from here, we just got to Raven on up and make the right decisions from this point on. Offensive line does have to be addressed. It simply does. Interior
D-line too.
Because interior defensive line, because from the moment of combine, the first things they started talking about in the off season was we're gonna build the trenches and we're gonna address the trenches and stuff like that. Hey, the way the trenches has got rated in this first round, hey, you gotta show me something. Harbaugh, you gotta show me something. EDC front office, y'all gotta show me something, because it is the best of the best just got taken out. There are some guys still in there now. White Gillum still in there, Ursery and all that. Lunt, like you just said, they're still there. But the best of the best. And there's nothing they could have did about the Tyler Booker and Donovan Jackson situation. We probably could have traded up and got Donovan Jackson.
Yeah, and that's one thing I was thinking too is, how did the way the board fell, impact what the Ravens did there? and how they wanted to plan it. Maybe
Exactly.
I do wonder, and maybe I'm wrong here. I do wonder if, even though we really, really like Starks, if maybe in a lot of simulations, Starks wasn't there at 27. Maybe he wasn't there.
Mhm.
So I wonder about that. Maybe, and we gotta account for that. That obviously they can only take the players that are available. They can't take the guys that were picked 5 picks
Exactly.
ahead of time. And I let me address one thing. Like it's a misnomer or inaccurate to say, oh, we just should have traded up to pick 18. People not going to take our 6th-round picks or our 5th-round picks to allow us to move up in the 1st round. We saw the teams that traded up tonight. They needed to forfeit significant picks. Correct me if I'm wrong. When the Giants traded up with the Texans, the Giants had to give up 34, a 3rd-rounder this year, and a 3rd-rounder next year. Is that what that trade was?
That's correct.
Just for
Yeah, I'm not
two
interested. Yeah, I'm not interested. I'm not interested in stuff like that. They went from 34 to 25, right?
Yeah, they
The
went. They
Falcons
went.
trade-
It's also the only reason why. Like, to me, the only reason why it's justified is because they took a shot at a quarterback. That's the only reason. Like, if they would have done it,
Oh yeah.
it
I
probably.
don't have a problem with it.
No, I'm saying is it probably wouldn't have been justified for like the tier up offensive lineman or the tier up receiver. It was probably only especially for a quarterback.
And for us, I'm comfortable with us not doing that in the 1st round. As long as we hit on this one, as long as Starks is a hit, a good, seriously talented football player. I don't really pay attention to the testing. The 4.5, I think it was a 4.5 40, or maybe it was a 4.49. That's fast enough to get the job done because he plays quick on film. People ain't running away from him in coverage. Not that I saw, anyway. He's a smart player, professional guy, and like Stacey, Alan, you weren't here yet. When he put his Ravens hat on to come out on the stage, he looked like he was going to put a helmet on. He looked like he was ready to go.
Fired up, bro. He was fired up. He was
Did
fired
you
up. He was
the two-handed heavy pull? The two-handed like.
Yeah.
We went with the one hand and the two-hand.
His eyes were bloodshot from looking like he just got through crying and he was holding back tears and he was just shaking. He was excited. Like he was ready to hit the field, bro. Real talk. Like he came through the tunnel, crunked and everything. He was just ready, man. Hey, won me. I mean, he's doing his best to win me over right now. But I just wanted him to play well, and he's a Raven. This is not the guy I would have wanted. I'm the first guy to turn around next year and say, hey, they got to steal with him. I promise
Yeah,
you, I'll be the first person that say,
you know what though?
But yeah,
You'll say it. You'll say it. You know what I mean?
mm-hmm.
You'll say it now that you're not a huge fan of it, and then you'll say it if he he comes out and performs. Do I think he performs well? Yeah, I do. I do. I think he fits into our system well. I don't see any reason why he wouldn't. We're not going to ask him. We have 2 guys way better than him at the nickel position, Marlon Humphrey and Kyle Hamilton. We do not need him coming up and being a nickel defender, possibly being at the point of attack against the run. I think at this point he would be our 3rd, 4th, or maybe 5th best guy in that scenario from a nickel standpoint. We got 2 all-pro guys who can do that, Hamilton and Humphrey. So from that standpoint, I'm not concerned because that is his relative weakness, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it kind of kills like two birds with one stone because that's what they're more than likely saying. Marlon Humphrey is now a nickel. He's not going to be the outside guy. Don't look him as that ever again. He's the nickel guy. They're probably saying that Kyle Hamilton's the star position. He's going to play that, and that's what it's going to be. Nickel and star are a little bit different. Wheel linebacker. Some defenses call it wheel or the money back or whatever, and that's like the star position. Long story short, they're going to have him split high with the other safety. We have 5 safeties, by the way. Now we have 6. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this all works out. I'm a fan of the process, how the Ravens do things. We kind of did put ourselves in a crazy situation, but like we said, they may know something that we don't.
Right. Entirely possible. Do you guys think that? I think I was a little surprised with how the back end of the draft turned out. It didn't seem to get crazy until when was the first trade in the 20s?
I think the Falcons traded. I know the Falcons traded. They gave up.
25.
Yeah, they gave up that.
Yeah.
That was the Giants. One that was Giants jumped up to the Texans, gave them up a lot to them, and then after that, the Falcons traded to the Rams and gave them a first rounder just to get
So
James Pierce.
it
Yeah,
seems like maybe the Falcons thought, if you look at the next two picks, the Ravens and then the Lions, maybe the Falcons thought that Pierce wasn't going to get through, the Ravens and then Lions turn, so they needed to jump in front to go ahead and take him. So
maybe I thought when you were saying James Pierce, I thought you were saying we took James Pierce, and I was going to be happier with that. I did. I thought that's what he was telling me. You know,
I do like in retrospect. I do like the Lions pick a little bit more. I really did like the film of the Ohio State guy, Williams, the D tackle. The edge defenders that were there for them, Mike Green, I guess we have to assume he's just not on their board. Multiple teams, it sounds like he's not on their board for him to fall this far. Scourton is a player that I really like. I think he'll go off the board quickly tomorrow as a Raku. So those guys for edge defenders were there. For Detroit, they went D tackle. I do think the edge defender class extends far in this draft. For Kyle Kennard to be a possible third-round pick is a little bit shocking to me. I really think that he's a guy that I don't think he's on the board when the Ravens and Lions pick late in the second round. I don't know. I know he's a South Carolina guy, so I get it. But super talented, maybe only 240, 242 from a weight standpoint, but athletic as shit, and someone that I think can play against the run and the pass immediately.
it sure is. Yeah, like the South Carolina defense, front seven wasn't really the issue altogether. It was the DBs that had to come down and everything. So he really is a good player. Him and Knight.
I like Demetrius Knight.
Sanders as well. They really are good football players. Yeah.
So I'm guessing some Lions fans might be a little disappointed that they didn't take edge defender first, but Tyleik Williams, ended up pretty much about where I thought he was. I have him at the top of the second round from a D tackle standpoint. I think that's about where he went, being 28. Who's the guys you all think will be on the board tomorrow later than maybe they should? I mean, hopefully not Will Johnson, right? Hopefully he's not still there at pick 40 or
hopefully
45.
not Shadur Sanders.
Yeah.
Hopefully not. Hopefully not Shadur Sanders. That don't make any sense.
I think like one of these corners could make it to us. Between Morrison, Revel, and Johnson, there's just three of them, and that leads me like these guys have real injury risks. It's a little weird where like Johnson and Morrison and Revel, these are like three of the top five. Some guys had them in 1 and 2 in some order. That they're gonna be there. It's just so weird with the injuries. How teams are being a little risk averse. I think that some of that risk averseness is going to go away in the second round because the draft capital isn't as high. I think some of the receivers also are interesting to me. I think the Burden, Harris, Savion Williams. I also like the guy from Oregon. I forgot what his name is. There's a receiver from Oregon. Who I think
the one that ran slower in the forward, but he plays fast.
Yeah, the one who I like the Oregon offense just in general. Like I even like some of the stuff that Gabriel showed at backup quarterback. I've been pining for the Ravens to get a real backup quarterback for a while. I think it's a high risk position for us. So, we're looking at day 2 here. I'm not saying that you go out and draft Milroe, but I'm just saying if he's there, I don't think he will be, but I'm just saying like quarterback is something that I don't think is getting a lot of people aren't talking about it. Maybe some people are satisfied with the Cooper Rush signing. Personally, I don't understand it at all. I didn't get the Cooper Rush signing one bit. He doesn't do what we do on our offense. Just I didn't get it. It's clearly like a zag where if you're going to play, they're going to play a more of a pro style offense, probably hand the ball to Henry a little bit more kind of in that style. But I didn't quite get that whole idea, but they did what they did. So quarterback is something at backup that's maybe a little bit further down the draft, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Ravens tried to snag one of these receivers if they fell to them at that spot. I just really realizing like it could be the cupboard could be really pretty bare and to a point where there's no real difference on the offensive line where they look at all the linemen as like a group and they say, okay, we're just going to draft, one of you next round. One of these 5 will be there. We'll draft one of these 5 and we'll draft defensive line, one of these 5. or maybe even 2 of these 5 as you get later. Ravens have multiple picks, so I could see them kind of just getting O-line and D-line in bulk and then trying to just grab one more skill guy, be it a tight end, receiver, a tight end or receiver at the end of the end of the second round, and then it's gonna be like a lineman parade for the Ravens on the back half of the draft.
Let me
Frank,
ask you.
Frank, I got my hands on my hip right now, man. It's like one of those. What are you talking about? By the way, everybody that's in the audience, me and Frank are really close friends. But listen, I got a rib on right. Frank, are you serious right now? Like, all you want that type of stuff you can see? Listen, the only thing I can see right now is the offensive line blocking for Lamar, keeping him on his feet,
Yeah.
making $7 million and not hitting Derrick Henry in the backfield. I think I'm so tunnel vision about the offensive line and defensive line right now. I don't even want to think wide receiver because we just paid for Hopkins and we just got all those other guys. We don't need nothing else.
Yeah,
I
totally,
don't think you're wrong.
I totally get it. I'm not saying the Ravens, if there's a good old lineman, they shouldn't take him. I'm trying to look at what I've seen from a lot of things that people have found good guards, especially people have found good guards or good defensive linemen. We got Travis Jones, was he a 3rd rounder? I mean, we found guys later, and that's just part of it. And it's funny, Stacey, we talked about it over the phone before the call. Like you were telling me, like certain guys you can find later. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm just saying, like I look at some of these receivers out here. I know that the receivers are going to go higher than some of the linemen that maybe we could grab. I just know that there's going to be a premium on some of these guys, and the receiver position is notoriously fickle. Guys get injured all the time. We don't know where we stand with Bateman even going into next year. We don't know where we stand so much with Hopkins. Maybe I forgot if Hopkins is a 2-year deal. I'm just saying is if we can get a contributor at receiver, I'm not against it.
Yeah, I think Stacey.
Yeah, sure.
To Stacey. Go ahead, Stacey.
I was gonna say I don't care if we draft receiver at all or tight end at all because we got guys already redshirting that wide receiver and tight end.
Yeah. True.
Like, do you understand? You get that? You got to get redshirting. Like, we drafted Walker last year. Colin Wallace is as fast as he possibly can because he's winning games for us. You know,
you guys,
what I mean?
I just realized something. Sorry to interrupt you, Stacey, but before we pick again, there's 3 teams that have 2 picks each before we pick. The Browns have 2 picks, 33 and 36. The Bears have 2 picks, 39 and 41. And the Seahawks have 2 picks, 50 and 52. Oh, by the way, the Texans have 2 picks. So before we pick again, there's 4 separate teams that have 2 picks each. The Browns, the Seahawks, the Texans, and the Bears. That's crazy. And 3 of them are 2 picks apart. No, the Browns are 3 picks apart. Let me ask you all this.
Pretty
when
clustered.
do you – yeah, clustered, yeah. When do you think the oh man, that man's right there on point right there, Michael Osborne. But let me ask you all about the Browns. If you're the Browns, do you have Joe Flacco? You have Deshaun Watson, I guess. Do you take Shedeur Sanders?
Yes.
Yeah, I do too. I think so.
Yes.
I've been pretty clear. I'm on Milrow, so they could
that's fine too.
They could take Sanders, but yeah, I could see them taking a swing on a quarterback in round 2.
Either one, yeah, Sanders or I don't see why they wouldn't think about that. To get because I mean then now if the answer for both of you is yes, you either take Sanders or Milrow. Do you take him at 33, or do you take Will Johnson at 33?
Johnson. I don't think the Texans or Titans are a threat. The Titans. No, Texans and Titans aren't a threat to take quarterback unless the Titans do the go all Atlanta Falcons. Be like, we're just going to see if we can get it to work. I just don't see the Titans or I don't see the Titans or Texans drafting a quarterback. So Will
Johnson's off the board. One of the quarterbacks is off the board. We think to Cleveland. So Mike Green goes to who then? And this is why I asked this question. Mike Green goes to either the Titans or the Texans.
Or the Patriots. Where's the Patriots at down there? They're like
They're
37.
They're close.
38.
Oh man.
Hmm.
You know, but Mike Vrabel likes that kind of stuff too. He likes those guys that have issues off the field, and you know he can put them in that situation where nobody can hear about them or think about them, and then he turns them into a superstar and all that. You know, so yeah.
This may be a situation where we want to trade up. I mean, I'm not saying that we have to, but just looking at it from the standpoint of four different teams having two selections. If you're an NFL team and you have two selections in round two, so that's 8 total picks between those four teams. Stands to reason to me that at least 3 of those picks, is going to be an offensive lineman, maybe 4. Just from now, one of them's the Seahawks, so they, will be an outlier there because they took an offensive lineman in Gray Zabel. So I think it's quite possible that the Ravens or the Lions try to trade up. But I'm in a different place with both of those teams. I think the Ravens needs our offensive lines. The Lions needs our defensive end edge rush. In my opinion, I think tomorrow could be crazier than tonight.
Yeah, that's
It can be.
definitely in play.
I would say I would be open to trade a second rounder for a guard right now. I want a guard so bad, man. A physical one, one that's gonna get us some more touchdowns and gonna protect Lamar. No, I'm not being serious about trading the second round for a guard, but that's how desperate I want it. I just wanted to say it.
I think that there's some people. I think there's a lot of people who agree with you, Stacy. And that was the first. Let me pull that comment down for a second. If you look at the draft, the guys that myself and some people helped too, and shout out to Jake, for helping me with this because he, did an amazing job facilitating, the ease with some of this. And so, I have to give a shout out to him. And hopefully we get a chance to work together, even more. But as you can see, I evaluated more offensive line than anything. So for me, I think offensive line is a huge concern. And so having said that, I'm going to put back up Marcus's comment that I think there's no way for me to. I mean, I'm not talking about the C- grade for Starks individually, but for the offensive line position for what we have, we're -2, maybe more, right? From a depth standpoint, we better address it in round 2.
We got to. We have to. We have to. We got to look up and get the Rosengarten situation. We really have to pull a Rosengarten again for 2 years in a row. Even though I didn't want those guys that went in the first round last year, I didn't want those guys. Rosengarten is the guy that I wanted, and I was very happy that we got him. And he hit. We actually hit on him, jackpot. I didn't feel like it was going to be like that in this draft. I felt like the jackpot guys were first rounders. And I'm lucky to have the guys that are here. Ursary, how you say his name? The Polynesian guy. From Arizona.
If I'm saying it right, hopefully.
Yeah, it's one of them too. He's got guard tackle experience, so it's a great point down here at the bottom too. Maybe they don't address it until the second set of free agency. I mean, that's not bad. And I don't want to be overreactionary, but I do think that you do have to at some point make a clear effort to be heavy on offensive line. We got 11 picks. I think it's Ty. I can't remember in our Discord that talks about it, and he just keeps saying we need 2 offensive linemen or we need 3. We definitely need 2. We definitely need at least 2, and we eschewed one here. It's not criticizing the Starks pick from a player standpoint, but we definitely need to improve this offensive line if we want to go on the road or beat the Chiefs at home in the AFC title game, or beat the Bills, or beat the Eagles or someone like that in the Super Bowl. You've got to have a high-level offensive line, and I don't think we have that right now.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where I think we have people there. I think that once again, I'm looking at the list here, and I feel like a lot of the good linemen that we really wanted were gone. You're predicting that Embo is going to be gone. I don't know if I'm kind of feeling like I'm forced to look elsewhere for some sort of excess return. I looked at our receivers just now. 2 years from now, just this year, next year, we're going to have Bateman on and expiring, Flowers, and Tez Walker. That's all we've got at receiver. Now, I'm not saying, once again, this is not a case that we should take a specific wide receiver. I'm just saying that we should be somewhat more open to it and open to the possibility that they may do something against position of need here, because 2 years from now, a year and a half from now, it's going to be relevant if we have another good receiver. It's a relevant situation. We already are probably going to lose Andrews or Likely, so that's a pass catcher down, at least one pass catcher down, potentially two. I'm just looking at it from, there's a lot of needs that are potentially there for us. It could go a lot of different ways. I do think that we can sort of buy in bulk on the lines. I think that's going to be something that they do. I think they're just going to, in the third, fourth, fifth round, they're going to buy in bulk, which gives them kind of one more chance to take a swing on a skill guy. And I think that one more chance is going to be in the second round. So I'm kind of looking at it as that we kind of acknowledge that we probably need some depth on the line, and kind of acknowledge that we need some depth maybe on the defensive line, but that we might be able to address some of that replacement level depth later in the draft and take one more chance on a skill guy at some position, as opposed to just kind of zeroing in on these linemen. And once again, I just don't want people to be frustrated if they do something that's against need. I don't. They think there's a good receiver there. I'm not against taking him.
But we tell the truth too, Frank. We tell the truth, and throughout this whole evaluation, I'm not sure anybody that's evaluated any prospect in this whole draft ever expected the run on offensive line to start as early as it did and have that many offensive linemen go off the board, especially interior. I'm telling you, by the time third round is coming, the guys, they might not be there. That's how bad it is right now. Now we're praying that there's a run on wide receivers and run on these quarterbacks that's still left and run on running backs that extend our life at interior offensive line or swing tackle or whatever. Because McCarry is 2.5, or he's 1.5 player. You think about it, when he plays every position. Plus he started for us. So
no, I agree. He almost makes us, two players down. By him being gone, I don't have any problem with that type of evaluation.
Yeah,
and then you think we don't have a third tackle on our team. Jones is gone, and then we really didn't have we needed to upgrade it at the starter inside anyway. But if you look at the situation now, those guys won't be there in the third, fourth. Those guys that's in the fourth round or fifth round, those are project guys. From what we saw, from what we've been evaluating, they won't be there.
So I guess, Stacey, how many more of these guys here? Let's just say plug and play, looking at the board, just looking at the offensive linemen we've got on the board. Do you have the guards there? I see OL. Is that a guard and tackle? Yeah, that's guard and tackle. So, Stacey, how many guys do you think there right now could start for the Baltimore Ravens on week 1? Just who's left right now? How many you got?
O-line?
O-line, yeah.
O-line, okay. They haven't been taken. I can't remember. Will Campbell's been taken. Tyler
everybody, I'll help you out. Everybody on the top number 1, in the number 1 section, the only guy left is Savagnin. In the second section, it's Ursary and Millam. And then everybody is available, I think, in section 3.
Three of those guys are better offensive linemen than Daniel Falele right now.
Okay, which 3?
Hey, we can't beat good teams. We can't win an AFC Championship game. We can't win a Super Bowl if we're asking Daniel Falele to block high-level, top 5, top 7 defensive tackles 50 times in an NFL game. He's going to lose. I don't know. How many of those individual matchups do you think he's going to lose? 50 plays, let's say, against a top 5 defensive tackle. Come on. It's a big-ass number. So, I mean, Frank, to your point, it's a good point, though. Actually, Frank, it's a good
Yeah,
point.
yeah, no,
It is a good point.
I do understand your frustration around Falele, and I'm not saying that there isn't potentially replacements even on the roster already for him if he doesn't perform.
Right.
I'm more curious. I'm curious if how many do you think there are in this list that you would say I would start that guy over Falele? I mean, the answer probably isn't everyone. You guys said it's about 3. So, do you think those top 3 guys? Do you think one of those 3 are going to be available for us at pick? I think that's the question. Then, are one of those 3 guys or 4 guys? I'm not going to put words in your mouth. You can look at that list again. Once again, this is not a exercise to say gotcha. This is just me trying.
No, it's a great. No, you don't do gotcha stuff. It's a great.
So I'm saying at 27,
no, it's great.
Yeah, at 27, do you guys feel like one of those 3 or 4 guys are going to be there?
Man,
you mean in round 2? You mean in round 2?
Yeah, I'm saying practically round 2. We want to get one of these guys. We want to improve the team. We think that when we want to, if possible, if we can get a guard that could start. We think that there might be a guard that could start for us at 27. We're going to take him. So you're saying there's 3 or 4. Do you think that makes it to us at 27?
Oh, you mean to have selected them at 27?
Correct. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were saying to possibly last until 60.
I'm saying I'm looking at just our.
I mean, Savanea, maybe. I'm not as huge. You know, his film from this year was at right tackle, and some of the space limitations, lateral movement, ability with him was there to be seen on film that maybe wouldn't be as quick to be seen as a right guard or a left guard. I believe he played right guard, Savanea, as a freshman in 2022 at Arizona, but I could be wrong there. I think the last 2 years, 23 and 24, he played tackle because I watched a lot of their 23 film because the other tackle, Jordan, oh God, I forget his name. He went to Green Bay in last year's draft. So there was some film. There was some film of those at the same time. Personally, I think Marcus Bow is a better football offensive lineman than Daniel Falele right now.
You're talking about Jordan or Morgan.
Jordan Morgan. Yeah, Jordan Morgan. Yeah. But to your point, Frank, like you're saying, you know, the Ravens go out, get their best guy, and regardless of position, and then you know, pick up their needs later. I think it's just difficult to have such a ridiculous level of position talent. We're in such a weird place, right? Like, how many years ago was it that we were like, oh, our position talent isn't that great, but our offensive line and our style of play under Greg Roman, you know, does this for us, benefits us here. We're almost on the other end of the spectrum now. We've got, I think, top 3 or 4 offensive talent in the entire league. Yeah. Lamar, Derrick Henry, Mark Andrews, Bateman, Flowers, DeAndre Hopkins, however old he is, 32, 33, whatever, Isaiah Likely. To me, that's top 3 or 4 offensive talent position players in the entire league, and it might be top 1 or 2. Yeah. But the offensive line, if anything holds us back, it'll be, turnovers, but offensive line weakness as well.
That's part of turnover, too. That's part of turnovers. Like,
I agree.
The weak offensive line leads to turnovers. Those are the sacks that Lamar can't see coming, and the sack force fumbles that Lamar can't see coming. That's that fumble where Derrick Henry fumbled and he never fumbled. That's that fumble. You know, getting hit in the backfield or the safety that was, the safety's 2 points plus they get the ball. That type of stuff. That type of stuff happens when you don't have an offensive line. The clock of, he was so good passing last year. It was so crazy. I can't even say that he made a bad throw because somebody was rushing him. I can't even say it, man.
Yeah, we have Michael Jordan. We just have to support him as best we can, and that's why I think. I mean, people weren't wrong for 2 or 3 years saying, "Hey, we need better receivers." Well, we would love to have had better receivers, and just like people aren't wrong now for saying we want better offensive linemen. All that being said, I think the Ravens have enough information to say, okay, Stark's going to be a great player for us for 4 years or 5. Whenever they draft someone in the first round, clearly the plan is for that player to be in the building for at least 5 years, right? Right. To get that 5th year option at minimum, if not more. Maybe there's something else in the works that we should, like Stacy said a couple times, that we've got to keep in mind. And that's a great point too about the AFC North going defensive linemen except for us. But anyway, go ahead, Alan.
Yeah.
Brown,
So
yeah, man.
so one thing that's interesting is that we talked about the Tyler Linderbaum situation, where we don't want to give a 5th-year option to a guard because it's a really expensive 5th-year option. I'm curious if that played into a Malachi Starks versus guard X. Maybe if you guys, I mean, I'm not gonna put words in your mouth, but like if it was him versus, who's picked after us. After us was Connerly got picked, Simmons got picked.
Jahad Campbell.
Those are Campbell's. Campbell's a linebacker.
Yeah,
I'm saying, the O lineman that got picked after us should be more specific. The O lineman that picked after us were Connerly Jr. and Simmons. Would you guys have taken those guys over Starks potentially? Would that have been your choice?
I think there's definitely debate there. I think that, we can definitely say that Josh Connerly is a more talented football player than both of our guards we currently have on the roster. That we currently have. Maybe the Ravens are going to turn it into something else, but I don't think it's even a question that Josh Connerly is a more talented offensive lineman than those two guys. But, again, there may be something else in the works between now and tomorrow night or another time, the second round of free agency. I do think it's interesting that the whole AFC North apparently went D-line.
It's to stop us. They did that to stop us.
They're going to have to.
All right, they were addressing us like we were the most balanced team. We're the most successful balanced team in the history of football. We had the most passing yards plus the most rushing yards on the same offense. We were the number 2 offense of all time, but we're the most balanced to ever do it. You get what I'm saying? Like,
pretty shocking, right? I mean, ridiculous.
Shocking. That's why he had to get a raise. Todd Monken had to get a raise. He really put us in the bind like, hey, I could leave if I want to. You know what I mean? He could have left if he wanted to. But he had to get a raise. I don't know if it would have been bad. We still got Lamar Jackson, you know what I mean? But, it wouldn't have been this, we wouldn't have been like in a situation where the Bengals were scoring the way they score. And with a different offensive coordinator, he would have folded. We beat the Bengals every time they took off on us, and they were putting up 50 points and stuff like that, 40 points or whatever. We beat them. We keep up with them. You know what I mean? And then win the game.
Yeah, I just look at like when I look at the coordinator thing, like I saw like how hard it was to, especially in the first couple weeks, to replace McDonald. And you could just see the defense wasn't this. It was kind of out of sorts for a couple weeks. And in today's NFL, where there's only one team that gets that bye, you can't afford that. And for me, losing Monken and potentially losing that continuity and that play calling, and now we're implementing maybe not a whole new system, but we're implementing a new play caller and getting that rhythm right. To me, I like our chances at winning a Super Bowl way more in year 2 with Monken than I would year 1 under coordinator X. And that's not to say that coordinator X wouldn't have been a really good coordinator. It's just different when you have the continuity. It's just with the quarterback and the coordinator, there's a level just of trust and things like that it's just not the same in your first year in a new system. I was thrilled really when I heard that Monken was coming back. It was something that was very meaningful for me in terms of the way I feel about our chances at winning a Super Bowl. I think it was a plus. Obviously not the same as like Lamar or something happening, but that was a significant move for me.
Yeah. Well, the defensive situation when McDonald left, we didn't give anybody else a job interview. They basically was like, "Yo, it's on you now," or that's basically what it was, bro. Like it wasn't like that because we had job interviews throughout the rest of the season, and we had to give this coach a new job. We had to give that coach a new job. Now we have like 4 defensive coordinators. If you think about it, 3 or 4 defensive coordinators now. Pagano, Pease, Moore, and everything else that comes with that. Tuck Smith or whatever. Like they just coordinated within levels now. But hey,
Yeah, to kind of
man.
address. Yeah, Coach, go ahead.
What would be a couple questions? What team's going to take Mike Green?
On this one, honestly, I haven't scouted him, so I don't really have an answer.
Run that by that last. Run the top 4 up to 40.
Here's the first 5 picks, and you're not going to need 6. Actually, 6. Browns, Texans, Titans, Browns, Raiders, Patriots.
Raiders.
I think it's the Raiders. Maybe it's that we're old, Stacy, or you just got an old man voice, but I actually am old. But I think
Coach remembers when the Raiders were actually good.
yeah, I think it's the Raiders or the Patriots.
That's a type of pass rusher.
Yeah, who takes? So, having said that, Alan, who do you think takes Mike Green tomorrow?
I think even Tennessee's shown pretty decent, appetite for defensive line. I think top 6, assuming he's the top D lineman on the board. I think that New England's a threat to take him. Tennessee's a threat to take him. The Jets or the Niners. Jets or Niners could be a threat to take him even too. But I would say my best bet, the Patriots are. He's not getting past the Patriots if he's the next best D lineman. I'd say.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Who's the Titans defensive coordinator? What set are they running? Well, everybody's gonna be a nickel, but what's that?
Last year it was the guy that was our DB coach, right?
Oh yeah. So they are gonna be a big nickel. Yeah.
All right. So next question.
Denard Wilson. Denard Wilson.
Yeah, Denard Wilson. DC. Yeah, he was our DB coach 2023.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Who is going to take Luther Burden?
That's what I thought the Titans were going to take. That's what I want to say. That's the reason why is because that's AJ Brown. He's AJ Brown to them.
Saints are in play, I think there.
40.
Yeah, I got the Saints in play there. I've got Dallas in play. Saints, Dallas, Rams are in play there.
Yeah, I don't see him getting. I don't see. There is no way Luther Burden gets to 44, let alone gets past 44.
I don't know. And the boys from Iowa State either one of them, they're going to be going off the board too.
Yeah.
I kind of felt like the Panthers could have waited the draft for wide receiver and got one of those guys over at McMillan.
Interesting.
But the Panthers going to be the Panthers. That's why they're going to keep on drafting in the top 5.
Yeah, Haitian Chris said it right. Is that Chris from Twitter? He said past Dallas at 44. He probably said it at the same time I said it. And then so having said all that, where does Xavier Watts go? Not that we are concerned as Ravens fans, but Xavier Watts, a good player with a lot of production, 13 INTs in the last 2 years.
Brown? Oh, the Bengals.
Sounds like a Bengal. That sounds Bengals, Seahawks. Maybe Seahawks. That sounds like what people are saying about Watts. Maybe there's like a little bit of like a Geno Stone semblance there. Maybe the Seahawks.
And maybe Seahawks or maybe Bengals. Yeah, because the defensive coordinators at the Bengals now.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly.
Notre Dame.
That's what I was thinking. Yep.
He didn't give up.
He's not getting past 49. Yeah. Good call. Good call on that. He's not getting past 49. So those are all guys. The reason why I'm asking that is those are all guys that are not even under our idea of being selected. I think there's at least 6 or 8 guys, maybe 10 or 12 that we can pretty much pencil in right now. They're going to be gone before 50, maybe even 52. So maybe to Alan's point earlier, maybe there's a better offensive line selection in round 2 for us than old people like me and Stacy want to admit.
Yeah, hopefully, bro. Hopefully.
I find it. So Haitian Chris put out about Will Johnson. It's all injury concern. I don't think it's a skill concern. I think everybody's talking. I'm reading about knee injuries. It's coming up multiple places that they're concerned about a knee injury. So it's not like the hamstring or maybe the turf toe that people are reporting. It's being clearly reported. It's something about his knee. I don't even know which knee. I'm saying it's the knee problem. Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I got like 12 different people on Twitter asking me if I've got film of certain players. So I'm sharing them the links from those Google, the Google Drive. Chris, I think Will Johnson's a great football player. I just hope and pray that he does have full health, in his career, because the talent is there, in my opinion, the savvy, the awareness. I don't think he's just a quote zone corner. The 2024 film looked like he was playing in fourth gear. Maybe this is why. But I think he's a spectacular football player when fully healthy, and I hope to see him fully healthy, just not in the not in the AFC, not in the AFC North, but it looks like he's probably headed to Cleveland, in my opinion. I don't see how they pass on Will Johnson twice here in the second round when he's got that kind of talent. Unless the medical is really that bad, that would be terrible for that young man.
I hate that for him. He's such a good football player, y'all. Anybody that wants to know about him, he's such a good football player. Like I said, anybody that has the next gen video game, turn on college football 25, and he's the best player on the game. And he was that good last year for Michigan. Not this previous season, but the season before that. He was locked down. So, man, I hate that for that man. I really do. Yeah.
All right, two more questions. What do you guys think are the chances that we move up from 59? Oh, there it is right there.
Very strong. Very strong. I'm gonna tell you why I feel like it's very strong, because we have so many picks. We can't pick 11 people this year. Y'all, like, we're gonna have to cut some of the players that we even draft this year. We are a deep roster and we don't have too many holes on our team. So use that capital to move up if you have to. You don't sit back like you've done all these other years at EDC. You can move up if you want to. So I have a strong, about 70 to 80% chance that we move up. Well, I say 60 somewhere in that range that we move up, because we're pretty stubborn. We will sit back, being the Ravens, but this year is the year that we're supposed to move up. Please move up.
Yeah, I kind of get that, actually. I think I agree with your perspective there, just because, like you said, we have so many picks, and I know that, we always talk about we want as many lottery picks as possible. Well, if there's a tier break, it's a lot cheaper to trade up at a tier break in round 2 than it is to trade up at a tier break in round 1. It's just a different beast. It could be that if one of these guards that are available, they get, at least within 5 picks of us, it's not out of play that we can make a move. Like, let's see who's within 5 picks of us. Like, there's a run. I'm trying to look here. There's this set of NFC teams at 20, 21, 22 that could be, 18. We got 2 Seahawks picks. I'm trying to see, like, if there's any NFC. Carolina at 25. I could see us making a move with Carolina just to jump the Texans. They're in the market for O-line, I think. So maybe we try to jump the Texans, or we jump them and just try to trade with Green Bay. I actually thought that we might, I spoke with Ken on a show about the draft earlier about a few months ago, and I was like, it's not out of play for the Ravens to move up a couple of picks. I didn't see them making a big move up, but I do think in the second round we have enough ammo that if we do have someone that we have as a tier breaker, it's in play, just because the second round is cheaper than the first round to move up in.
A plus comment here. I like this one from Michael.
Mm-hmm. I feel like that's direct. I feel like that's directed at me. We will take a project guard, or else it's like Darth Vader.
I like
He's
it.
saying you will. He's saying you will. he's talking exactly about Frank. Gotcha.
Are you questioning me, Commander? No, Lord Vader. Absolutely not. I would never dream of it.
Well, if you guys have, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we got you.
If you guys have any suggestions, first of all, that are listening, thank you for doing so, because producing this was hodgepodge, clearly, on my end. If you have any suggestions for how to improve it, feel free in the comment section. Let me know. What would make it a better product, whatever. And then for you, Frank and Stacy, same thing. If you guys want to do this tomorrow night, more than welcome to do it. My format tomorrow night would probably be a little bit less structured. If you had time and you wanted to do it, it'd be great, because you guys can carry portions of it while I, get stuff done on the side. I've got 3 different people sending me messages to get film of certain players that their teams drafted, and I'm trying to help them out real quick. What's the availability you guys may have for tomorrow night? I asked you on air, so you couldn't say no.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't because it's Friday night. I can't do
Yeah,
that.
gotcha. That's what I was thinking.
But
Yeah.
Saturday night, I could do. So if you're doing like a kind of like an overview of the picks and kind of running live, maybe Saturday night, I can make some availability. So that's. I'm just reading this comment. You will take a project player in the second round and like it. It's a funny comment.
I like it.
But no, yeah, Coach, I got your back. I got your back. Listen,
Health.
we can hit up Jake and see if he's available tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Jake. By the way, y'all, Jake knows he's a scout or a former scout. He is really knowledgeable.
Yeah, he converted me to the Church of Savion Williams. It's a church at this point. For those people who know the word curvilinear, anybody who knows that word is a big Savion Williams fan.
He's perfect for Saturday, by the way, too. If we jump on Saturday at all, he's perfect for it. Like some of those guys that I'm too old to even think about at this point in the third and fourth, in third day, from round 6 and 7, he knows all of them. He really grinded all of that done.
Well, Stacy, didn't you watch tape on all 700 draft eligible players? You should have a lot of insight on this.
Not this year. Not this year.
Hey, he watches the SEC. He already saw about 300 of them.
Not this year. So I did not dig a deep dive this year. I did not. It was the years before now that I could have told you about every player. This year, I just stepped back. And it was a good thing, because the day the season was over with, our Discord, they didn't whine about losing. They didn't say we need to trade Andrews. They didn't do like that. They went to grind on tape from the moment the season was over. Who should we get? Who should we get? I promise you, it was like this. And now you can just throw names across people's head in the Discord, and they just already have their mindset. The guy Goat Hunter was in a video voice chat with us earlier, and he was calling out, "Oh, I think this player is going to go here. I think this," and he was hitting. He was hitting. So, if you got a like mind, you want to talk football, join Coach's Patreon and join the Discord. We kind of police ourselves. We're not rude to each other. We love football. We love the sport, and we love discussing it with each other.
Even if you're a Steeler fan.
Yeah, we can take on Steeler fans as long as he's not rude. We got a Texas fan in there who knows his stuff.
Yeah.
I
probably got to get ready to wrap this up. I couldn't have said it any better, Stacy, than what you just did. Frank, why don't you tell people where they can find you on social media? I should have done this already. So, my apologies for that. And shout out to you for joining and staying on this long. I know you got to work tomorrow.
Yeah, 100%. So you can find me at the Kickoff Podcast. That's my YouTube channel, and that's on Spotify. I'll be coming out with top plays of the week every week this season. So it's going to be a top 5 based on WPA, EPA. And then there'll be top 5 penalties. So we'll get to criticize some refs a little bit. That'll be fun. And then for the Ravens specifically, probably going to do top 5, once again, by EPA or WPA, top 5 plays of the week, which I'm sure at some point, Stacy and Coach, you'll probably be on at least one of those episodes for sure. Maybe a couple
Oh
more.
man, looking forward to it. It'll be fun. I'm looking forward to tomorrow night. For real. I mean, I guess one thing to say is we know we're not drafting a safety tomorrow, right? So
Oh, man.
But what if it's the best player available?
yeah.
Hey, if that was to happen, I'm going up there to Owens Mills and we're getting him out of there. He's already broken my heart already. I guess he did what he had to do, man. They saw something I don't see.
Yeah.
I did see.
Listen, man,
That's
when you
simply
got
what it.
when you got two good safeties on the board, you just got to do it. You just got to. It's just what you got to do.
I am. Go ahead, Stacey. Go ahead.
I mean, Campbell was on the board, and Johnson was on the board, so they saw something that they know that what I mean. It had to be with Stark. Stark is healthy. That's one thing we do know. He's healthy. He doesn't have injury problems. Yeah.
Yeah, he's healthy. He's a tough dude. He's definitely excited about being in Baltimore. You could see that. So, well, look, man. All of you guys that checked out this portion of the stream, thank you very much. This was a lot of work to get it up and running, and I definitely missed on some swings with some of the graphics. Now I learned better for next year. If you have any suggestions, put them in the comment section. And like I said, Stacy and Alan, we'll hook up in the Discord. I appreciate you guys' time, man. If you had anything else you wanted to add, let me know. I'm losing my voice here.
Yeah, no, I'm exhausted. It's been a wild night, man. It's been a wild night.
Me too. Me too. I'm throwing on the next movie and falling asleep, bro. And
Yeah.
I enjoyed this. I really did, bro.
Y'all are in my position that I was in last year when I was on Ken's show, and it was a 3.5 hour show. And the next 2 days I was sick and had no voice. so I'm just paying it forward. Paying it forward.
Paying it forward. Okay. But no, you lost your voice.
I did last year. I did. I had to mute between sentences. Ken kept asking me questions, and I kept typing in the chat, Ken, I can't talk. Ken, I can't talk. He never checked it. So, all right, guys. Well, appreciate y'all's time, man. Thank you so much for supporting me in the Discord, but for joining the stream too. That was, obviously unknown for y'all.
100%. Looking forward to doing it next year.
Absolutely. Yeah, exactly. All right, guys.
Good night.